Let's bring it back. Last time on the Wake of the Red Star. Our new deputies had followed the town's undertaker back to the cemetery to discuss some graffiti that had been left behind in the cemetery by who knows what or who. Upon investigating these runes, the ranger, Kalen, was able to discover that the markings that had been littering the cemetery were very, very similar to a particular marking on her Dybbuk box, a containment vessel for demonic spirits. The rune in question, she discovered, was a name. The name of Orcus, the god of undeath. And in the horror of her discovery, she, along with apparently Cheryl's imp, spoke the name Orcus out loud and seemed to activate the graffiti littering the cemetery. As the sigils lit up red, hands exploded from the earth, and the recent undead residents of New Fork came back to seek vengeance on the living. Our heroes, tested and true, were able to take down the threats relatively easily, and were just about to finish the last of their zombie horde when a rumbling from the earth shook the cemetery. And as the center of the cemetery, there was a tomb that began to rattle and shake and tip over. The sarcophagus lid on the tomb sliding off and crashing to the ground, and then the sarcophagus itself tipping up end over end and getting pushed over as the earth mounded forward. These strange, elongated, alien, dehydrated flesh stalks came rising from the center of the cemetery, each one tipped in a blind and weeping eye. And as these things rose, we were able to see a large bulbous form underneath it. In the front of it, a central blind eye that seems to be slashed down the middle by some sort of cutting implement. Weeping at its bottom layer, the pussy interior of the eye leaking and dripping over a giant maw of fanged teeth. And then the creature rises without legs and hovers there much like a brick doesn't. As everybody to their horror realizes that an undead zombie beholder from whatever lies beneath this cemetery has just broken free. It bears the same mystical rune in front of its forehead as the symbol of Orcus that the zombies also bear. Adventurers of the Red Star Waste. This is the most lethal creature you have ever been encountered with. And as we begin this week's session, it just finished its movement to erupt and will now take its action. So guys, for the zombie beholder, going on turn 8 with the other zombies. The other zombies have already had their turn, so...
Is the people's gonna die?
Somebody very well may die right now.
No!
Yes!
The zombie beholder has the ability to cast one of its eye rays, so at anybody within...
I'm behind full coverage, just let you know.
Doesn't matter.
This is the farthest away.
It can pretty much hit everything on the back of the line, right? So, the first thing it sees is going to be Kaylin. It will roll randomly for which eye stalk it uses. Kaylin. One of the eyes looks directly at you, and a white light shoots out of it and strikes you in the chest. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
It'll be under abilities and saves. How you have the entire thing set up. It'll be over here.
Your con saves right over here, so you roll a d20 and you add 0 to it.
And Al's not proficient in con saves.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Fuck me, 12. Sorry.
12.
That's the appropriate response for this event. No.
She doesn't cuss ever. 12. In horror at this demonically empowered undead, you go to pull back your bowstring to respond to the light that just hit you in the chest, and as you go to draw your bow, you find no strength in your limbs. And then you realize that you can't move your feet. You can't move your legs. All your muscles have seized, and you're frozen on the spot. You are now paralyzed, which is, I have a ring for that.
If you're frozen, then you better put a ring on
Paralyzed.
So much for being married to DM Advantage.
I didn't hit you with the disintegration, right?
That was usually the one you don't want to get hit by. This is only the one that allows him to get to you, which is about as bad sometimes.
So, Taylor, you are paralyzed for a minute. You will get an attempt to repeat the saving throw at the end of each of the beholder's turns. Oh no, at the end of each of your turns. Ending the effect on a success, right? So you'll get to re-roll on each of your turns to try to break out of this paralysis. All right, that was on the zombie's turn.
Yorick.
Sir York.
Run, fucking everybody
Yeah.
run.
No,
Well, that's the problem is you can't.
I know.
This is
Everybody
no
else.
bueno.
You see what
The
he's
one
done to
person
me.
that told me all week, we're running, paralyzed on the first turn.
I'm getting out of here. I'm running. What do I need to do to hop the fence?
Go ahead and, so just, as I was telling Cameron before the game, guys, this is just because we don't have the models to get like an actual barbed wire fence. The cemetery is not surrounded by a stone wall. It's actually like wood posts and barbed wire that's strung up around it. So it's actually a fairly easy athletics check if you're going to try to sprint through it, or no check at all if you're just going to use a normal move and walk through it. It's fine.
So I can use my normal movement.
Yeah, if you want to double move, you're going to need an athletics check to get through the barbed
No,
wire.
I'm getting out. I'm double moving. Athletics.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an athletics check.
That's 10 minus 1, so 9.
9? Okay. So you go to sprint, and as you do, you actually get hung up on the barbed wire. Go ahead and actually, you didn't use all your move to get there, right? So you're hung up now. If you want, you can use an action to essentially break the grapple of an inanimate object.
Let's do that.
Okay, go ahead and give me either athletics or acrobatics, your choice. And 2.
2.
And the barbed wire that has a +0 rolled a 3.
Wait,
So-
is there inspiration now or later?
So you are hung up in the barbed wire as we speak, and stopped right there. So that was York's turn. Jane, who is not here, who wants to control Jane for the battle?
Because I played a druid.
Sure. Okay, so let it go ahead and take control of Jane.
So, with Jane is right next to Catalina, or Kaylin, he's popping as a bonus action into bear form, and she's going to drag her out.
Okay, So go ahead and give me a grapple check.
Transforms the bonus
And
action.
with advantage. It is a bonus action because it's Druid of the Moon.
16.
16? Okay, so you're able to pick her up. Moving a creature with you, you get to move at half your normal speed.
Mhm.
So it was 5 move to move into her. You have 10 move left. So you can get 5. Essentially, you're right at the gate here
Okay.
with her in tow.
Good try. Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, good try. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't say anything.
Well, I can still talk with my favorite.
It sounds
No,
like this.
because your tongue can't move.
No.
And your vocal cords can't move. You can't- you-
I can't do anything.
You
Am
can
I able
look
to breathe?
scared.
Yeah, you can choose to breathe heavy or softly.
Oh, if you breathe heavy in Morse code. No.
You can blink.
You actually
Okay.
can't blink, and as the turns go on, you have to roll for eye dryness. It's really bad.
Bedstein pops.
So
And
that
then if your nose starts itching, you start taking disadvantages on stuff.
this is a serious situation. There's a zombie beholder. People, play. It's your turn.
I'm going to assist her, Jane. I'm going to move up and just use my action to keep pulling her out.
So there's no real way to assist a bear with carrying somebody. Like,
Well, I can kind of like just hold my action then to shoot if it gets near us then.
okay,
So I'm going to move up and I'm going to like assist, but like kind of a protecting.
so
kind of-
essentially you want to get in a protective position and cover their
Yeah.
escape. And all right, and you're holding action to shoot in case.
in case he gets near us.
So if he moves towards you, you'll fire.
Yes. Well, when he becomes threatening.
He's threatening now.
No, I mean like a threatening action again.
Okay. Okay, so if he continues to engage with one of your friends, your action is triggered. Got it. All right, so that is on Clay's turn. Kaylin,
All I can do is try to.
all you can do
this.
is try to break out of the paralysis.
Shit, 7.
7, still frozen
Do you
in the
have an
spot.
inspiration?
You do
We
have
need
inspiration.
inspiration
Oh,
tokens?
That's right. Thank you. Point of order. Everybody has a chip this week. And we're going to go
Off the old block.
So that is participation inspiration. Participation
I
inspiration.
can feel the power.
One for everybody. And then we're going to go ahead and this is not a set rule. This is DM discretion. But for providing food for everybody this week, you get a second inspiration for today's
So
game.
inspiration isn't. I can use inspiration to do another roll, right?
Yes, absolutely. You can cash in that right now and roll again to try to save from the paralysis.
Really? Are you kidding me?
That is the same
Really?
roll.
7 again.
Still frozen to the spot, unfortunately.
Jeez Louise.
But luckily, you're in the loving, warm, grisly embrace of a half-insane native woman that has transformed into a bear.
Are we sure she's safer than she was with the beholder?
Probably not. Probably not. No.
She starts drooling and licking her lips while holding her.
Catalina, somebody is using unlawful magics. It's time for you to regulate.
Is it that thing?
It's whatever fucking summoned this shit. Zombies don't come out of nowhere in D&D.
Oh no, mine's strictly sorcerer humanoids. So since I'm out of vision range, I'm just gonna pass through the fence and keep going.
Okay.
And I'm gonna keep with the whole staying in its blind spot through the stone, keeping the stone between us.
Well, again, there's no actual stone. It is a chain. It is a
No,
barbed wire
this thing's
Okay, so you're using this
as a means.
mausoleum thing
Yes.
as a way to try to make sure you don't get in line of sight with it.
Yes.
Smart move. Okay. And you're just booking it for town? Town
Yeah.
is that way, so it is in the direction that you would be booking it and keeping a block.
I'll use my bonus action to get 3 more stones, and that is all for my turn.
Okay, so you move 30 feet, you summon 3 more stones, no problem. And that makes it the zombies' turn. So,
Oh man, his greatest enemy is a little fence that doesn't move.
Hey, dude, even Vox Machina had problems with doors.
Thing about zombies is they're slow, but if they catch you and they surround you, it's over.
How many turns? is it
Because you
for them to
cannot
actually
kill
do
them.
That door? Ah.
That was the funniest.
Alright, so the zombies got 20 feet of move, and that was not enough to get to the tasty flesh of Sir York, so they're going to use their bonus action to move again.
Whew.
Wait, it's not their
Can't reach
actual
it.
action to double move?
That's what I meant.
Because that would actually be quite deadly.
Yeah, that's actually an orc move. So, York, as you're sitting there trying to rip this barbed wire off of your pants and try to get broken free here, the zombie horde that you were very confident about kiting, you are now suddenly very less confident about, as these undead, rotting citizens of Newfork that you personally buried are coming to bury you.
See, this is what happens when you don't give last rites properly. Way to suck at your job.
So, there is yeah, we'll make it random. You guys are grouped up. So, the zombie beholder is going to, one, use its move, which is, there it is.
Thankfully, not fast.
Moves just as fast as any other zombie. And it's going to fire at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jane is 5, 6. Actually, there's 6 players on the table. We'll make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay. Sir Yorick. Just in range.
Damn this inanimate object, which is the bane of your existence. I mean, why
Zombie
did-
Beholder will fire an eye stalk at random.
Why'd you have to make it barbed wire? Why couldn't you just make it rope?
The third eye stalk.
Roll number
As it moves forward, gaping maw, ready to attack the trio of deputies that are escaping the cemetery. One eye flips backwards, sees you attempting to escape the zombie horde, and a sickening black ray comes spiraling out of its dead white eye and slams you in the back. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
As he doing that, can I use my action
Yes.
Oh. 8.
Oh yeah, because it's close to you.
An 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah, more dice.
too? What's that say? My dice.
Are you sure you rolled an 8?
I rolled a 6 plus 2.
Are you sure?
I will use an inspiration die.
Probably the time.
You roll a fistful of dice.
Okay.
The fun parts of being a
14.
DM.
14.
Don't know if that beats it though.
14 is exactly what you needed to take half damage from this. As a bolt of necrotic energy slams into you for 8d8 of damage.
If it's above 26, I'm down.
It is 41 points of damage.
Jeez.
I'm dropped.
You have saved, which means you take 20.
I'm still dropped.
Wait, I thought you said you need 26 to drop.
26 would have killed me. Half is 13. I only have 13 hit points.
Okay, anything would have killed you.
If-
Oh, you meant instant death.
As the bolt of necrotic energy slams into Sir York, his body just begins to get black and brittle and sickly, and you can see strange pustules forming and bursting under his skin, and his body just slumps over into the barbed wire tangled up in it.
Yeah, no, fuck this, we're out.
We need a pally.
I had a 20 on my die.
Okay, so you roll natural 20 on it?
Yup.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Your dice are incredibly hard to see. Nice.
22 points of damage. 23.
23 points of damage. And that is, let's see here. So you did 23 points of damage. Very, very nice.
Respectable.
As at the same time you realize that this thing is very obviously going to keep fighting you guys, you go ahead and fire, and at this close range, it's almost no problem for you as you hit the thing center of the eye, right in its, what you're assuming is the wound that killed it, this slash across its main central eye. As you fire into it, and you see this large chunk explode out of the back of it, and as it does, just a slop of black, red, and yellow slap against the red sand as this just blood, pus, and there's stuff moving in it. It's disgusting. So that was on Clay's held action. The zombie's turn is done. Sir York, make a death saving throw. That is one save.
Yay.
That is one save. Jane.
Pulling still. Pulling away. Trying to drag her out.
Okay, so she can move half her move, so that's 15. So 5, 10, 15. Are you going to double move? 5, 10, 15, just getting Kaylin out of there. Alright. That was on Jane's turn. Clay.
Poking it again. So I'm going to be standing next to Jane and Kaylin and holding my action for another strike if he tries to attempt to attack us again.
Okay, but are you moving your character?
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead
standing
and
next to
move.
Kaylin.
Character back. 30 feet. 30 feet.
No, right there next to Kaylin.
You're close enough. It's off the map. Alright, so as you go booking it for town, covering the escape, you're going to hold action, alright? That is on Clay's turn. Caleb.
There we go.
Yeah, 19.
19.
Very nice.
And you're able to move again. On your next action, you'll be able to move as normal.
Holy shite.
You're gonna bear him off.
Now, mindful, you were not unconscious, you were not unaware of your surroundings, you were just paralyzed. So you still saw everything that went down. You still know that there is a man down literally all the way on the other side of the cemetery with zombies bearing down on his tangled body. That is Kaylin's turn. Catalina.
Okay, 60 feet. Alright, so it moved, I guess, into well enough for my range. I'll go ahead and beam it with a rock.
Okay.
More than likely hit with a natural 16.
Yes, that hits.
Hand me that. Whoop, sorry. For 3 points of damage.
For 3 points of damage. All right.
Okay, my
Yeah, I'm
sword.
pretty sure you're gonna be a zombie.
So I'm
gonna strike with my
looking
sword.
for a new character. Just to
It's a natural 12, which will get it pretty high up there for an attack. Plus 6, so 18.
18 hits.
Just in case. It's
All
always
belt
good to
beam
back up.
comes from my weapon for an additional 10 points of damage. And then I'll be continuing my movement 30 feet off the map, but also running behind the coverage so it can't see me right off the map.
Okay. All right. So that was on Catalina's turn. On the zombie's turn.
Yeah. What the zombies do best.
So sorry. No.
Hey, he died where he lived. This is probably his greatest dream. I mean, except for the whole zombie.
The two that weren't able to make it to you are going to use their actions to get on the other side and start hitting you on the next turn. 3 of them were able to get into combat with you.
Which is essentially death. I mean, they
Disadvantage
can miss.
to hit.
They can miss.
Disadvantage to hit. So, at this point, 3 hits will auto kill you. Each zombie has an attack with advantage. If there is even 1 miss, you survive this round.
Gotta be a 12 or 12 or higher.
First attack does an 8 hit.
No.
Double 5s. Second attack does an 11 hit.
No.
Zombies ain't that strong.
Third attack does a 22 hit.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of.
You will take 1 death as the zombies begin to tear into your flesh. Whew. Whew. That was rough. All right. That was them.
Wow, you were good.
Are they camping? Because this is intense.
Get a critical 20.
Sorry.
Well, it's still Beholder's turn.
Yeah, Beholder gets a chance. He is beholden to move. We should have closed the gate. Maybe he couldn't fly over it. She gets her action.
Not if he does anything yet.
Oh, he's doing something. Let's see. He's going to attack Jane.
That is a 7. No, it's a natural 1. The 7's next to it.
Jane needs to make a
You guys are
Constitution
incredibly
saving
hard to read,
throw
man.
as a white light comes from the zombie beholder and strikes her in her bare back. That's you. Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
12.
12
I'm assuming his
Three.
stats are strong enough to get past that. Being a druid and having
Yes.
proficiency.
Jane seems to take no effect from the ice storm. That's the zombie's turn. York, make a death saving throw.
9.
That is a failure. One more failure, and Sir York.
You can be a pirate
Stay.
king.
I still think you should be a red star sorcerer.
Jane.
A red star priest.
Jane, now that he's going to be like, or she's going to go like
What's Jane doing?
Booking it with,
Booking it?
because she doesn't know that Kaylin's alive or whatever, so she's gonna like
Okay, so continues to carry Kaylin back to town. Got it.
I've had no social interaction with the Underkeeper as far as he's dead. As far as it goes for my character, there is nothing missed, nothing lost. That's too bad. He will be remembered fondly in the hearts of other players.
And the town folk that need their dead buried.
Clay's booking it.
So,
Full movement, action, everything just gone.
running back to town?
Yeah, I
Okay.
need to go get the sheriff.
Alright. Kaylin.
Yeah, I'm still booking it.
You're still being held by a bear right now. Who's trying its best to run on its hind legs very slowly.
You can put me down now. I'm fine.
Alright, she sets you down. What would you like to do?
Let's try for an attack.
Okay. Turn and shoot.
Make sure you roll all those things together. You have a 2-hit.
I have a 2-hit.
Yeah, add your bonuses. You have the highest bonuses in anyone here when it comes to hitting something. A 4 may hit. Just where it says your attack action, where it says your bow,
Bow for.
where it's plus to hit.
Okay. So plus to hit. Oh, duh. I'm a dummy. 12 to hit.
12 to hit. Unfortunately, you fire the arrow and it just bounces off of this thing's hide. It's like really thick, leathery hide that it's got.
Crap! I wanted to give it payback. Okay, and then I'm.
Oh, but he died, so you can move your thing over. Oh, I think the paralyzed made sure he lost his concentration.
Yeah. So I'm
Booking it too.
looking at.
Okay.
Tried to get a
So you use your 30
pretty
foot
last
move.
shot, but
Okay.
didn't do it.
Then it is going to pursue you guys another 20 feet.
I go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Catalina.
Still within 60 feet, it looks like. I'll throw a rock.
Yeah, it's
That
very
rock
slowly
ahead.
falling behind you guys. It moves 10 feet slower than you, but unfortunately the range of its eye stalks is pretty meaty. So it's going to take a couple rounds before you guys can outdistance its attacks entirely.
Hoping there's like a perimeter.
I know, me too.
4 points of damage from a stone.
Yeah.
Like it gets past the gate and it has a shot collar that goes off. And
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, what?
4 points of extravagant damage from
4 points of rock damage?
Yeah.
As you just zip another magic stone through the air at it,
That
and it
was-
just sinks somewhere in its eye. In the dark and at this range, you don't even see it impact, but you hear it impact. It's just like just shoving your finger in a pudding cup. It's
60-foot move.
That's pretty gross.
You said it was for 4 points of damage?
Yes.
Oops, sorry guys.
Alright.
And then a full 60 move out away. That was bonus action.
That is a bonus action, so yeah, no problem. So you fling a stone out behind you to slow the damn thing down, and you just use your full sprint across the red waste of the plains in between the cemetery and town. That is Catalina's turn. The zombie's turn. He's going to pursue an additional 20 feet. And that means at this point, Catalina has made it out of range. Everybody else is still in range. So that's, so we'll say, three potential targets, and of course I roll a 4. Okay. Clay.
Well, that means it missed.
It does not. It is going to target Clay. Clay? Oh, this is a good one for Clay. Clay, make a wisdom saving
Are you trying to make a fighter make a wisdom saving throw?
throw. Yes, I am.
Nice.
As this
Nice.
16.
16, as this haunted, like it's like a ray that looks like it's composed of haunted ghostly faces screaming at you. And as it hits you, it begins to take over your mind with thoughts of Cheryl and thoughts of Mary Sulu. And as the fear of your life begins to take grip over you, you steel yourself, you cowboy the fuck up and shake it off. Thus avoiding the fear effect. And on your next turn, I'm assuming everybody's still running?
No.
Okay, so if you're not, then York, make a death saving throw.
Oh, zombies, are they attacking me?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so one
You're
yes,
dead.
I'm dead,
Yeah, you're dead. The zombies rip into you and just start tearing you apart. Bye, everybody. Don't be so hasty. I'll talk to you.
Undead Undertaker. Just
yeah. I'm coming back as a lich.
Weird shit happens around
Yeah.
these parts.
Can I make a spellcraft check to see its ranged in spells?
You can give me an Arcana check, yeah.
Oh, well, that's not going to be great. Let's see. 8.
Fucking far. It can shoot fucking far.
That's too bad. Because it moves slow enough that we could kill this if we kite it
I'm
from
not-
a
I'm
distance
running
beyond
away.
that.
I am I'm not.
We have guns, bows and arrows.
This is undead freaking beholder.
I'm gonna move to about a range of 120 feet, just my ability max range. And I'm gonna fight it and try to keep that range, see what happens.
Okay, so you get yourself at what you're guessing is about a little over 100 feet away from the thing. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
It'll hit.
It will hit.
For 11, sorry. That's plus 6. 14 points of damage.
14 points of damage.
And I'll keep the 30-foot move, and then within that range of it moving 20 and whatnot. But I'm keeping up my attack's maximum range to see if it makes a move, which is probably a stupid idea, but I'm entitled to it.
Alright, I was doing math, I'm sorry. So after your 14 points of damage, what did you say?
Moving 30 feet back and waiting for it to move closer.
Okay.
If it's still chasing.
That is on Catalina's turn. Is anybody else? All of you said you were running, so you all run past Catalina and realize she stops, and you can see as you're running past her, she's thinking to herself for a second. She turns around and starts sending out her magical energy or her magical slashes and fucking rocks and shit, and it looks like she's gonna stand her ground and try to fight this thing. Do the rest of you continue to run?
I'm gonna go.
Clay's out of here.
Getting the sheriff.
I'm out.
Kaylin's out of here.
Getting down.
And Jane will turn and fight. Jane will turn and fight. If anybody stopped, I know how Carlos plays. If anybody stopped, Carlos would have stopped and fight. So, the bear starts charging the fucking beholder.
No.
Awesome. To be honest.
We should like vote this out.
There's no voting it out. I know how Carlos plays. If anyone would have stopped, he wouldn't have let him hold it alone. So as the rest of the party leaves,
Hurry up, Carlos.
Catalina and Jane. So on Jane's turn, runs to close with the thing.
Honestly, we have a chance of killing this.
Is not going to be able to make it in range even in a double move. So that's going to, let's see.
I'm gonna have to change my mind because she stopped. I'm not gonna let the freaking Jane stop by herself.
All right. Well, after Jane, well, I skipped the zombie's turn. The zombie would have moved 20 feet forward and would have got a shot off on Jane. Oh, it doesn't roll for those. It rolls randomly. As Jane charges it, it's going to attempt the same ray. Jane needs to make
Hi,
a
Chaos.
wisdom saving throw. Who wants to roll for Jane?
Not me. I've been bombing it all.
A nat 1.
A nat 1.
We'll use the token to re-roll
Okay. Whose token?
his
It
token.
is. 13 on the
13,
die.
that should be enough. Just because.
For a druid, yeah, he's gonna have at least a +1 and he needs a 14, so he's fine.
And the
It's the
proficiency.
same fear ray that hit Clay earlier, hits Jane, and Jane just and keeps barreling down on the beholder. That was the zombie's turn. Jane moves in and doesn't quite make range. Now it's Clay's turn. Said he was going to change his mind, so Clay stops. And
I think I can shoot at a.
what's your short range on the pistol?
60 feet.
60 feet. You're
I'm gonna-
outside of your short
I'm
range.
gonna roll at disadvantage him.
Okay.
I can shoot up to 240 feet.
So are you lining up next to Catalina?
No, I'm actually I'm gonna run as far as I can because I can. shoot
Okay,
at
so
240
you're
feet.
past Catalina. All right,
Way
you
past
spin
everybody.
and roll at disadvantage.
What's longbow's range? Just tell me.
Really fucking long.
Yeah, crazy.
What's the short range on
Just 10.
150.
10 to
it?
hit.
Oh wow, I got more room.
Bullet goes wide, fires off into the darkness, and even
Is that-
at this range in the middle of the night, even this large creature is getting really, really hard to see because all
Yeah.
you have is starlight to work with. That is
Should have cast light on the bullet. With the stone.
fucking tracer rounds.
I'm gonna do that next turn.
That was Clay's turn. Kaylin, as you're booking it for town, you realize everybody's turn to just start firing at this thing.
Where
What do
am
you
I?
do? You're right around where Clay is. You were running alongside Clay, and then all of a sudden you hear him cuss under his breath, and just dust gets kicked up as he plants himself in the ground, turns and fires.
How far away from the beholder are we?
You guys approximately somewhere in the range of 200 feet at this point.
Okay. So, remember I do have night vision, so I can still make out.
You do, but there's a you can see the target.
Okay, so I
what's
can
the
see
what's
the
the
target.
short range on a longbow?
Short range is 150.
So it's in your long range at this point. So you would roll at disadvantage to hit,
Unless you moved within the short range.
unless you choose to move closer.
Okay, so let me go ahead and move closer.
Okay, you move your 30 foot closer to the thing, and that puts you, like I said, we're playing wibbly wobbly right now because you guys are off the map. So just go ahead and roll higher than me on a d20, and if you roll higher, you're in range. If you roll lower, you're just outside of range.
Oh, that's right.
I suck at rolls. 17.
17. Okay. You just barely get within your range. Go ahead and fire without the disadvantage.
It's a solid hit.
13.
13 on the die, but what's your bonus?
Bonus is, what's the bonus for this one?
Your
Bonus
longbow.
is, so 13, then plus 8, 21.
21 to hit hits.
Alright. So now the creature has been damaged, so I have Colossus.
That's right.
So it's a D8 plus
Colossus
8
Slayer is a
D6.
D8.
Oh,
Your
D8.
bow is a
2D8.
D6.
Alright.
Oh, is it a longbow?
Yeah.
D2D8s.
Oh, that's right. 2D8.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's not you, that's you.
Yes, that's those.
Alright, so
I
let
put
me.
one in there for you.
Oh, she's got one. She bought herself a
Yeah,
second.
I bought a
set of
second
dice.
set. Thank you, okay. Let's see, and this one.
That is
yeah.
it.
And
So it's
so
those
this,
plus whatever your damage bonus is.
plus 4. Okay.
Chaos confirmed. Sounds great.
14.
Thanks, Chaos. Appreciate that.
18 points of damage.
18 points of damage. You fire again. And as it goes flying out into the night, you can see these like weird, sickly, palely white illumination from the central eye and the eye stalks of this thing kind of floating hauntingly in the night. And as the arrow whizzes out into the darkness, for a moment you think that you missed. Well, everyone around you thinks you missed. You know exactly what you were doing, as all of a sudden 3 of those lights just drop and hit the sand as you literally sever 3 eye stalks off the top of its head.
Damn.
Yeah! Say that, you frickin' zombie.
Deals.
That is on Kalen's turn.
Good job, Kaylin.
Catalina.
I'll move to where she is, since that's within range, apparently, and I have about the
Okay,
same range.
you're able to step back over to her a little bit and get yourself a little bit more distance on the beholder and go ahead and fire.
I won't be close to her. I'll be, because we kind of scattered a little bit to the sides. Bad roll, but 13.
13 misses.
Okay, I'll refresh my stones.
Okay. Use your bonus action to summon up 3 more red stones from the earth and start charging them with arcane energy. That is on Catalina's turn, on the zombie's turn.
Arm, 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 arm.
The zombie is going to move closer 20 feet. It is not in range of its eye stalks anymore and uses its action to move closer another 20 feet.
For the first time, I'm actually relieved that I did something incredibly stupid. I rolled low on my arcane check. I wasn't sure what its range was, but I needed to find out in case this thing makes it to town. Unless, you know, Jane's within range of it.
Oh yeah, the bear ring went running back in, huh?
Also, the zombie, this other one, did he keep running after us? Because he would have probably been.
You wouldn't be able to tell in darkness anymore.
Okay.
It's too far away and it's too slow. And it probably lost track of you with how fast you guys were moving, so it's just moving in the general direction of the last way it was hit, which is probably straight that way, which is just going to lead it off into the red waste somewhere, not even back to town.
You should move the ball over there to the bear, or to the beholder.
The ball's gone. It ran out of range of it.
I forgot all about that. That would have been amazing to keep on the beholder.
Give me an acrobatics check for your pseudo dragon.
Oh shit.
It's within range. I guess that would make sense to some extent.
I hope I still have that picture. Nope. Of course I deleted it. 10 plus whatever it might have. Which is the monster, you know, I believe. So we'll just go with straight 10.
Okay. As your pseudo dragon attempts to, pseudo dragons have invisibility, right?
No, it's the only one that doesn't.
Right. So it flies in trying to get to you. The zombies are going to go ahead and attack it.
Aw, little fella.
Alright, let me see if there's any bonuses. I doubt there is.
How many hit points does the pseudo dragon
Actually, 7. And look at my druid. Or my Olani.
He's going out like a trooper. I forgot who that belonged to.
Pseudo Dragon stats right here. Oh, it's a blurry picture. Could you
Okay,
flip
here's
to
the pseudo dragon because it's on Olani.
How many hit points does it have?
7 hit points, and it would have rolled a 12 for its.
6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122. 1
flies in to make a desperate attempt to see what it can do for its familiar buddy, Sir Yorick. Any observer would hear a slight, quiet whimper as the sound of snapping and tearing issues forth as the zombies continue to eat. That is on
Truly the saddest moment in gaming.
Yorick's turn. Jane continues to rush forward. That is still can't quite make it. Oh no, the beholder moved forward too. So actually, yeah, she'll be able to get in a range of melee and make some bear swipes on it. So who wants to roll to attack for Jane?
15 on the die.
15 on the die hits. Bear slapping.
Let me get my bear. Oh, bear, black bear. Or she was brown bear, right?
Hey, Carlos gets to roll for himself.
Yay!
Let's go ahead and let him finish.
Hey Carlos, you've just hit a zombie beholder in your bear form. Roll damage.
Give me 90-10, and I need to add 66.
Oh no, we have to play in video game reality, not your own mental reality.
Video game reality? Alright, I need to go back home and grab my Game Shark, and I will plug that in, and I'll put the code in for I don't take damage
Well,
from anything.
it was a hit, 19 to hit anyway, since I already rolled.
Okay, that's what I said.
6 damage, right?
Alright, yeah, so
There's a
What's the damage?
plus
one
7.
cheeseburger, one chicken burger, or chicken.
My phone is charged, so I get to go over my character. Yay.
He has multi-attack.
I think we should charge that phone. He's coming back over here.
Claws plus 6. So it's 2d6. Okay.
Are we really taking on the beholder?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Why?
Because the DM
I
had you
decided
run
to
toward it
test
to attack it.
The
16
DM
points of
had what
damage
now for me?
for
What?
first attack.
The DM had you turn around from leaving after you
No,
dragged
no.
me away because
Six-
I was
or-
paralyzed.
12 points of damage.
Then he,
12
First
points of
attack,
damage.
his second attack.
then he had you turn around and run towards it. So we all had to stay.
You role played your
14 to
character
hit.
into very,
No,
very
15.
chaotic, crazy, and
Because of his plus 1, right?
you do what you do so well.
I would not have put myself in danger.
Is 15 hits?
You're a liar.
15? Yes, 15 hits.
You're a bear, and you can take on anything. You can bear it
No,
all.
where?
Yeah, you're a bear now.
Oh.
14 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh!
Comes in
No!
and steals the final kill.
What'd I do?
He runs up
You mauled it
and
there.
he just
The second
swipes and swipes and then just
Oh, is this my
bites.
character? No,
Like,
no, no,
even
no.
though it's not really
That's
a
not
fight
what's
in there,
happening.
Yeah.
but his final, like his
No, it's how you
once
want to
he's
do
dead,
this. You
it's
do whatever
ready
you
to-
want.
Yeah.
Right?
And
So
just tear
Jane goes
all the
barreling
eyes out.
forward and with one claw slaps into the center eye of the zombie beholder and it just explodes in milky white pus splashing all over, matting her fur down. Undeterred, she just continues to swing, pulling the thing down into the earth. Another claw reaches out, slaps the eye stalks off the thing's head, tears them free of the thing's head, and then bites down on it. And as she pulls and rips, there's just an explosion of black, red, and yellow as just blood, pus, and shit goes flying out everywhere. And then she spits out the spoiled meat as she realizes it's just filled to the brim with maggots and insects and things that have just been living off this thing's corpse and creating a home out of its corpse before it was reanimated. Victorious, Jane stands over the zombie beholder and the party is able to stop in the middle of the red waste and take a breath.
Falling over, scared out of my mind of what I tried to do.
With
That's
that,
scary for Jake. Jane!
With that,
Yes!
we're going to take our first break, guys. We're going to let Carlos get caught up on the story and get his food in him. I need a
I need to find
cigarette.
out what happened and what made me turn around.
work in progress.
Alright. We're live again.
We're live again. We're getting started right now.
What happened to the other one we were using?
She
Oh,
bought that
it's-
one off Hero Forge.
She's still over there. That one's from Hero Forge.
So,
You got the
are,
hat
are,
now.
are we going to finish up the zombies, or we should just leave? There's, in case another one comes out.
I was planning on getting backup, but
This isn't a bear! I don't know what this is, but this is not a fucking bear. I was promised a bear.
why are you yelling?
Because she's mad. that
You
there
are the
wasn't a
bear.
Oh wait, no, it was rah, 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 rah.
You are the bear. And don't yell, please. No more yelling.
Did you undo your change?
Do I get to choose now? Yeah, I'm gonna undo my change.
Okay, so you go back to your human form.
I know, I'm yelling because this isn't a bear.
Jane,
I was promised a bear.
this was far more dangerous than a bear. Somebody died back there.
In
I don't know who he
between
was.
Jane's yelling, now that the sounds of combat have died down, the only sounds you guys can hear echoing throughout the cemetery is the sounds of many, many veins eating in the darkness.
That's true. I don't know if we should
No, there's.
clean up the rest of the zombies,
there's-
but I would be
no.
afraid also that another
There-
one of these.
We should ask the cleric's help. They can undo this easier than us. Like I said earlier, if we would have brought one along, we could have killed the thingy, whatever it was. But this would have been more important. What was your guys' idea of coming to a cemetery in the middle of the night? I saw you at the edge of town and decided to follow, but what's going on?
That's my fault.
And you know me, I cannot leave a woman by themselves.
And the Undertaker was a necromancer, I assume?
Yes, he attempted stealing from me, and he said that there were some rooms that I should see, and they were similar to some of the rooms on my box.
So was he trying to kill us and he got killed by his own undead?
No, he wasn't trying to kill us. He wanted to show us the rooms that someone had graffitied on the gravestones.
Wait, somebody did this on purpose?
Yes.
Somebody's still out there.
Oh.
Somebody's controlling those undead. Those is unnatural.
That's controlling the undead natural.
And
What are the runes? Were they destroyed?
No, were they? No.
no.
You needed.
Then we need
you
to
didn't
go.
see the shrimp.
We need to go in and we need to end it. We need to destroy the runes, in case more raise up. The problem is if we go back in there, there's a good chance that we get surrounded again. That was only some of the undead that
In the
came
middle
out.
of your conversation, everybody at the same time hears it. It's coming from the far side of the cemetery. Seems very, very distant. But just on the breeze, you hear this sound of almost like haunted, echoey pipes. Like maybe a flute of some sort. Just making a very, very light, mournful melody.
We need to return to town immediately. We don't know what will happen if we don't bring more people, or at least some clerics to end this.
Yeah. Yes.
Also, I'm worried about the little sorcery goblin guy. If I leave him alone with those red stones too long, he'll go insane.
Who's to say the Undertaker's not going to come back as an undead too?
The zombies weren't a big deal. It was whatever that other thing was.
Yes, but the other thing had magic. That Undertaker had magic.
And he's dead now.
Yeah, he could come back with that magic.
Which is more the reason why we should come back with the
I
cleric.
know.
And the melody stops suddenly. And as you realize that and stop your conversation briefly to listen again, the sound of consumption has also ended. The sound of mournful, shambling corpses has also ended. And you're standing under the starlit flats of the Red Waste in complete silence.
Let's go get back up.
Did it sound feminine or masculine, this song?
Neither male nor female, just like a sad melody, like something you would, like something you might hear at like a funeral. You know, something to mourn to.
We're just gonna be lost in the middle of the night if we try to look for that. Let's get back to town.
Mm-hmm.
We have pirates to vacate and a headless creature that is undead as well that we need to maybe clean up because it's in the middle of the town still. Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna pull Kaylin inside and like, I think they were after me. I think this is my fault. Leon said so, and I point like kind of like, is that true?
I honestly didn't hear you. What are you saying?
I asked the imp if it was true that these undead were after me. And a whisper with Kaylin.
Servants of the undead kings. No, the undead king is not after you. No. The undead king is after all. Hates all. Will not be happy till it all ends. It's very bad. You need to tell the boss.
Who's the boss?
Anybody in the hells. Anybody in the hells above me would do.
Okay, calm down. We'll tell the boss. Alright, heading back to town. Because I'm trying to I hold Jane's hand and I hold Kaylin's hand. And I try, but I don't have a third hand to hold her hand, so I'm just motioning us back.
And I'm still, I mean, I didn't ignore you. I acknowledged what you said with a slight nod. However, with everything that's transpired, feeling all of those
Presents.
what's the plural? Presence. Yeah, I don't think it's presence is. But of the different creatures and then battling these things that I had never seen before, I'm just kind of in a state of shock at this point and just allowing myself to be led.
And I tell Jane, you did good. I'm proud of you.
What I do?
And then as you say that, I kind of just shake a little bit, turn to Jane and give her the biggest hug. And I say, thank you.
What I do?
You saved
saved
me.
us. Oh,
I'm sorry, I
you
wasn't
saved
here
her.
for a while. What happened?
You saved me. I was paralyzed and you drug me away from the
Big giant eye thing.
yeah.
Yay, me.
Yes.
Can we go get that bear now?
You are the bear, Jane.
No.
Search for the bear. And the bear's
There's a
still-
miner that says there's a rampant bear running around. There's more of those little dark crystals that you guys have.
That's something I'm not going to bother with.
We should bother with it.
Right now, we are more worried about what's going on in the cemetery. We're worried about the pirates.
Still the sheriff.
That's where we're heading to, Jane. That's where I'm guiding us.
Yeah, and then we can go get the bear.
We will get the bear. I promise.
Side quest. We have to do the side quest.
Okay, Jane. We will do the side quest.
Yay.
We should have done the side quest first before facing this beholder. I mean, this thing this eyeball thingy that I don't know about.
Yes, that was quite a bit.
What was that, Catalina? I don't know what that was.
Ask the one who's on back at the hotel. What's his name? Magic voodoo guy. Currently, right now, is studying the crystals.
We're taking a break. The DM and the new character who passed away is talking, so we'll be back in 3 seconds or 3 minutes.
Yeah, sorry guys, I had to step out and just kind of get Cameron up to speed on how monks work in this setting because he's kicking around the idea of wanting to play a monk for his next character. And as you guys know, I themed them differently than most people have in their head, so I just had to get that cleared with him. But it looks like we're going to head that direction. With that said, you guys make your way back over to New Fork. As you guys are headed into town, from the backlighting of the few lanterns that are hanging around town, you can see the large dome silhouette of Horus's tortoise approaching the graveyard. And as you guys get closer to town, you can see Horus is kind of moving very, very slowly with his stick, and he's got something that he's kind of fingering in his other hand. And as you get closer, you realize it's the onyx statue of his wolf. And he's, oh, I was coming to help. Is everybody okay?
No.
Not that guy up there at the far end.
We already lost somebody to dead things.
All right. Well, it seems like I was a little late to the party. Let's get you guys back home.
Let's go home. And we go home.
He really was going to show up in like 3 or 4 more rounds.
Truly the hero of
We move like 10 feet around.
As you guys go walking back into town, a little bit slower with Horus now, and his tortoise baiting and clanging on the way as it's carrying its wares. You guys get into town really, really late. At this point, it's probably 2, 3 in the morning. You can see lanterns are still on in front of the Fan Angel and down the main thoroughfare. There are people milling about, as most people that have grown accustomed to life in New Fork tend to get most of their business done either late at night or early morning to avoid the heat of the noonday sun. So actually the town looks more lively at these times than it does in the middle of the day. As you can see, people milling around, kind of handling their business, but the town still has a kind of like a respectful quiet over it, as they know that some people have to be up early for their own individual jobs, and they're the suckers that have to work in the heat, so people try to be respectful. But definitely there's more people milling around at this time. You guys come walking in, and where are you headed?
Saloon.
Okay, so you guys make your way over to the Fat Angel. As you walk in, the morose, sad, contemplative quiet that you guys come walking into town with is immediately disrupted as you walk through the doors and realize, oh yeah, there was a party going on here, and now it's 2 a.m. and it's only gotten more crazy as the winners of the tournament are sitting there, of the Three Dragons Ante tournament, are sitting there cheering and clapping it up and sharing their winnings liberally with the saloon girls, and being gracious winners and buying the losers a couple of cheap drinks. Looks like a very, very lively, fun atmosphere. The piano's picked up tempo. It's got the, Star Wars Cantina theme playing right now. Thank you, as I actually get some real music going. Let's see. Old West Saloon Party. Let's see what that turns up.
So we're going to use the time when we're going back to town to discuss how we're going to handle the pirates. So, would you like to roleplay that out?
Go ahead and get started.
So, I think this leaves us only 2 choices. I think the choices are: 1, we vacate the pirates forcefully; 2, we try to ask them to leave; because 3, they don't plan on leaving unless we get involved in the middle of a trade war, which they are themselves are part of. And that's what this all seems to come down to. Both sides of the trade war, being the Elven side and Lockshire.
Are we in our room?
No, we're on. This is something that was happening when we were going back to town. So we can do this two ways. One, we can threaten the pirates with the knowledge that we know that they're behind that, and we can rile the crowd against them. We can have them leave before the crowd actually decides to attack. In other words, we're going to threaten them, saying that we will tell the crowd of people downstairs that they were involved with the Griswold gang, and they were the reason why so many of them died, and why things have been so ugly around here and impossible to pay for. These pirates, they think themselves heroes and rebel fighters, but they're no different. They were feeding their people to a gnoll who ate humans and babies. As far as I'm concerned, they're much of a monster as any of these foul and dead that we've seen, because at least those guys need to kill to survive. He chose to. Not to say that the Lane Company is even much better. I think we should use the knowledge that we have against them, because you've already made publications, if I'm correct.
Just with the sheriff.
The sheriff told you to make printouts with the gnolls, didn't he not? Or with the, gnomes. With the information. Either way, the only other choice is us burning some boats down tonight, which I'm not for. We cannot be caught in the middle of a trade war. That's all that's really coming down to. It doesn't matter which side's right or wrong. Both sides need to be able to get to it. And to be perfectly honest, the Lanes Company and the Trade Company, neither of them should be able to get it as easily because the water's clogged. I'm actually not for more sorcerers getting their hands on these stones, which would be problems if the owls get it. And undead, they honestly don't kill that many humans as one that would think, which Botchar Lanes Company seems to feed. So it doesn't matter who the stones go to, as long as it's split. We can't let one side get too strong, which means we cannot get involved in the trade war. So I think we should just kick these pirates out of town, collect our share for kicking them out, and be done with the whole mess.
I agree.
And then we can kill the bear?
If there's a bear to kill while we're going up north, we'll do that.
Well, I mean, if we're injured,
I'll buy you a bear to kill.
no. We have to kill this particular.
Well, if we go that way, we'll find it and we'll kill it.
Thank you.
So we're gonna go talk to the dwarves.
Why is he going about this bear?
I don't know. Some weird
Is she-
voodoo guy told her to go kill a bear. That's her quest. Probably has something to do with her goddess. Or god. Or whatever that is.
Does Jane have any idea where this bear is? Or is it anywhere we say it is?
It's probably anywhere we say it is because it's
Gotcha,
out in the
thank you.
desert somewhere.
Then we shall be where it needs it to be. The bear will need to be. It would
I
be
mean,
where
I
it needs
did
to be.
kind of guide her over to the graveyard because I figured she would be there.
Ah, so you're already using the help. Good. That makes things much easier. Alright, so let's go up and let's kick out some pirates. Do you want to take the honors on this one?
No,
I would think an actual deputy of the town would like to take it.
because I'm more worried about Cheryl. My mind is not focused.
Yeah, as soon as we take care of this business, we'll try to figure out where your darling Cheryl is. We'll send out a manhunt.
I think you're more charismatic than I am. If you have more knowledgeable.
I know. Walking upstairs.
That what?
All right.
Oh, me.
So you go headed upstairs. Is anyone following her?
Are we talking to the pirates now, or do we want to take a rest before we?
I'm gonna go with Vane and just rest in this room.
All right. So you
Hey,
go
that was
upstairs
amazing.
and knock on Bane's door. You get no response.
You want to go to my room and go to sleep then?
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone
You guys,
else?
you're welcome to sleep over here too.
I'm getting directions to the bear with the old miner. Is he still down there? Looking pretty worried.
He's down there. Yeah, he's looking pretty drunk. And yo, you're back.
Need directions to where your mine is?
I gave you directions. It's right there. And he points at this pile of salt.
Can't get much clearer than that.
Oh, it moved. Hold on. Okay. And he starts drawing through the salt again, and you remember vaguely him showing this to you 2 weeks ago, or earlier this night. And he draws a rough map for you, essentially showing you that it's his claim is northeast of Newfort, across the river, and past Donna Party's claim.
Donna what now?
Donna Party's claim.
Donna Party's claim. All right, thank you. Take care of this bear once and for all.
All right, so I'm gonna go to my room, which I paid for a month in advance,
You did.
and I am going to rest.
And for those of you that think that I have an amazing and impeccable memory, I don't. I just replay Mina Sanuki 30's VODs. Guys, if you're not following Mina Sanuki 30 on Twitch, you really should be. It's the only way you can keep up with the Wake of the Red Star campaign. And don't forget, if you're an Amazon Prime member, well, you can watch more until she gets a sub button, and then you can hit Amazon Prime for her. That'd be great. All right, back to our story.
Did we just get a commercial?
Yes, we did. I hate commercials. Where's the skip button?
Well, if you were a sub, you wouldn't get commercials.
Sponsored by Covenant Gaming.
We got capital.
All right, so so you talk to the man, you figure out the directions, you go back up to your room, and are you just bedding down for the night?
Yeah, because I'm wiped. Emotionally, physically, psychologically, everything just. I need to sleep.
Okay. So everybody follows you upstairs, Catalina, and as you position yourself over by the pirate's door and get ready to kick it in, you see your three companions just split off to separate rooms and shut their doors.
Good night.
And I bolted.
I'm taking all their shares.
Taking it all.
Do you follow their lead, Catalina, or are you going to go solo on this one?
Going solo again.
All right. What do you do? Door creaks open, and you can see the young, pale face and red bandana over black hair of Johnny Be Real.
Johnny Be Real.
He steps outside and shuts the door behind him.
The story is going to leak about your guys with Ridgewall Gang. You have till tonight to leave. The ride's still available. If not, more than likely in the morning, everybody in town's going to come up and they're going to burn you guys alive.
It's not going to take that long.
To leave?
Yeah, somebody already leaked it to the Lockshire Lanes shipping company. Apparently, their temp over there went and told the boss about it already, and he's already gathering up a lynch mob to come kill these guys. So I appreciate the heads up, though. It's great.
What I did. I always wanted to keep my friends close. My enemy's dead.
I'll just keep my friends close, and he puts a hand on your shoulder, and my enemy's closer. After all, they're the ones with the real intel.
So, you saying you have the leader of Lockshire Lanes deliver my pay. Deliver the play completely to me. Because he was supposed to pay us as long as you guys left today.
I don't have anything to do with that.
Oh, no. Just let him know to forward the pay to me.
I can do that for, say, 50 gold.
It'll be taken out of the cut.
Fair enough.
You guys have a great time and make sure you leave quickly. Otherwise, everyone's going to die. Oh, by the way, the undead are risen. Do I know what a beholder is?
Yeah.
There was an undead beholder among it. Somebody's raising the dead, and I know what Orcus is, right?
I mean, you heard them say the name. Give me a knowledge religion check, because they didn't get a chance to talk much about it. I mean, he's supposed to be some big bad evil god. He's like a devil prince of the hells. Are you proficient in religion?
Proficient in history.
Are you proficient in religion?
No.
Yeah,
Have
so
fun
so
with it.
a big bad evil guy, you know.
I know at least that.
Yeah, you know he's a big deal for like evil cult worshippers and things like that.
Also, we blew the head off of an undead in the middle of town. I'm assuming it was one of these vampires you guys were talking about.
Yeah, they're starting to get more interest in what's taking so long on the Red Star coming down south. You'll probably start seeing a lot more of them once the supplies stop entirely. They're going to get real curious and real hungry for it.
Make sure to pass the make sure to pass this information over to Val when you get over there, just to keep him up and up. That way he knows that maybe the things you should be preparing are stuff to kill undead.
All right.
Alright guys, you have that. That's all we need to be talking about.
Have a good
I'm
one.
gonna go to rest and try to forget tonight.
And Johnny B. Real goes walking back into the pirate's room, shuts the door behind him.
Knocking up on Vane's door.
You get no answer.
She was in the room with her, right?
No. Also got no answer and went to their own room.
Going downstairs asking for a key for the room.
Okay. You go downstairs and Colt Wells is behind the bar right now.
Colt, I need to...
Catalina, what can I do for you?
I need a key and probably some assistance going upstairs into Vane's room. I had him doing checks on the crystal. He's been studying it for me. But it has alternate effects on sorcerers. I might need to end it, and I need a witness.
Well,
Also, a key would help. Hopefully it doesn't come to this. I prefer not to. I have a clean record to keep. And honestly, this is just not the night.
knock on the door underneath the stairwell. That's Cookie's room. She should be able to help you up there. She's still awake.
Thank you.
And he tosses you the spare key to the room.
Going to Cookie.
Okay. Yeah. If you walk past the stairwell and underneath it, you can see like almost like what would be like a closet door that leads to the space under the stairs. You knock on the door, and the door creaks open slightly, and you can see the half orc visage of Cookie. In this lighting, looks like she had her lights off and she was sleeping, so she's got like a little torchlight behind her. And in this lighting, it actually makes it very, very apparent. Normally in bright lighting and stuff, it kind of drowns it out. But in the darkness, you can see slight red glints in her scar tissue along her face as she peeks out the door. And like almost like there's like implant piercings that are just giving you little sparkles in the candlelight. As she opens the door. Problems outside?
Vane's not answering. He's been studying the crystal a little too deeply, and it seems to have an effect on the
Casters. As she reaches behind the door and pulls out a large club. Let's go. And she comes walking out, and she's wearing this lawn white, like moo nightgown, and slings the club over her shoulder and just starts following you up the stairs.
Unconscious is best. As long as we pull him away for a prolonged period of time, it should be fine.
She looks at it. There's no spikes in this one. He'll be all right.
Enchant 3 stones, one before I open the door, unlocking it.
Okay. You unlock the door and open it up, and you can see just an explosion of paperwork has hit this room. Just papers, arcane symbols drawn everywhere, notes everywhere. You can see a magic circle drawn in the center of the floor. You see several of the red crystals outlined around the floor, and other than that, it's empty.
Any red crystals around?
There's red crystals in the ritual circle right now.
Okay.
You don't see any other than that.
I'll collect them.
Okay, so
Remove the symbol out.
okay, so you go to collect the red star shard. Go ahead and give me a, we'll call it a charisma saving throw.
find time for it to turn off. $13.
13? Okay. You go and you grab one of the crystals, and the crystal explodes in your hand. And as it does, the red dust explodes outward, and everything that passes changes. It wipes the room away, it wipes the paperwork away, and left in its wake is this green, verdant, rolling hills. And all of a sudden you're out, the sun's shining, there's beautiful tall pine trees all around you, and as you look around, you're standing in the middle of a mushroom circle that's outlined almost identical as the magic circle was drawn in Bane's ring.
Let's see if I'm caught in a magic spell.
You go to stab yourself in the hand. Roll a hit with advantage.
Nice. I get advantage. I miss.
Even with advantage?
Wow.
I have good armor class. What can I say?
So you go ahead and just last second chicken out and just slash next to your hand, and you're like, there's got to be a better way, and you go to pinch yourself instead. You seem to be physical.
Grabbing the grass, checking the mushrooms. Not removing the mushrooms though.
You go and you touch the grass. The grass is actually slightly moist with an early morning dew on it. Very much real. If not a brighter shade of green than you're accustomed to.
Then I'll do a spot check, see if there's anything else around, people-wise.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
It's only +2. 10.
10. You kind of scan around and you can see outside of what I've already described to you, up on a hillside, you just make out the slight form of a person not standing, but like sitting on top of the hill. You just barely see a silhouette of like a humanoid form on top of the hill.
Then I'll move quickly towards it.
Okay. Give me a dexterity save.
Nat 20.
Wow.
Nat 20, no problem. So you go headed towards the silhouette, and as you get closer, you begin to see the form take shape, and it's Bane sitting on top of the hill. Seems like, and as you get even closer than that, his back is to you. He's looking out on he's looking over the opposite side of the hill right now, and sitting cross-legged.
Can you tell me what's been going on? As I walk up, I'll speak.
As you come approaching, you seem to take him off guard when you speak, and he kind of starts a little bit. And, oh, Catalina, have a seat. Look at this. And he's looking down, and this heel rolls down into this valley, and you can see this sparkling river that flows down into the valley, and then blankets out into a small lake. And in the center of this lake is rising a ivory city. Looks elven in construction.
I'll disenchant my stones. Have a seat next to him. What am I looking at? Where are we?
I think the Feywild.
Wait, I thought teleportation between realms was wrong these days.
It is. These red crystals are the most raw source of not only evocation magic, but conjuration magic. It all makes sense when you think about the destructive force of the red star. That's your evocation, right?
Pulling
Things
out a pencil
exploding,
and paper,
blowing
writing down
up.
what he says.
But what came out of it? The Tarrasque. What if all the star was like a summon monster spell on a godlike level? Either way, the residual magics from these red crystals enhances conjuration magic to a point to where we're able to break this veil that's been laid over Astalon. what now? All we got to do is figure out where the veil came from to try to put a stop to it. But it seems like as far as the Red Waste goes, as long as we have these supplies, we've got the only source of planar and teleportation magic in Astalon.
We could earn a fortune.
We could make a fortune.
I mean, just getting here alone, if we could even just take a few things back, but it might be too dangerous. So what's in the tower?
I don't know. I honestly just got here myself a couple hours ago. And I'm just kind of, I mean, I'm scared to go talk to anybody. I've never been here before, and everything I've read about the Feywild says it's very dangerous and not to be fooled by its beauty. So I'm trying to not be fooled by its beauty, but you gotta admit, they look like they sell great food.
But it's so much better than being back there in that dust bowl.
Tell me about it. Oh my god. You know there's like only one place in town to eat?
And they suck.
They're terrible.
What I would do for a fine Elvish dick.
What I wouldn't do just for some options. It's just red and dust and more red and more dust and it never ends. But you know
10-minute
what?
trip?
You know what'll change that all around? A shitload of gold. Shitload of gold. And then we can turn it into whatever we want it to be.
How often can you make that circle? Because even just coming here, we could charge a mint, if even for a while. Could you imagine?
I
what
don't know.
people
It would take
do?
more testing. I don't know how stable it is. I was surprised you got here.
I think it expended some of the crystals when I went through.
So that seems to be the case. Like whatever breaks through the veil, there's a sacrifice. The red crystal has to be consumed, but that's very, very common. A lot of times with even lesser spells, material components are consumed upon the casting of a spell. This is just a very expensive resource for a spell, but that in turn means we can charge whatever we want for it, as long as we make sure the resource stays scarce.
Yeah. Also, the knowledge stays within our realm.
Well, you're the only person I've told, unless anybody, my notes. We gotta go back. Eddie gets up and starts heading towards the mushroom ring.
The only person out there is Cookie. She probably.
Yes,
We'll
she's
just tell her that we're still in the room, just invisible.
She's a horny dollar, just happy to see another half-orc in town. She would never understand my notes.
Okay. Let's head back before it gets too late. And sounds like your mind's cleared up quite a bit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I hadn't gotten much sleep. It's a lot of research to be done. I actually took a little bit of a nap here, so.
That's good.
And as you guys make your way over to the mushroom circle, he reaches into his components pouch and pulls out a red sky shard and takes your hand with his left hand and casts an incantation, and you can see the mushrooms start to light up in different multicolored patterns. These spots on top of the mushrooms giving like a glowing red, then a glowing purple, blue, green, yellow. And as it all begins to light up, the color overwhelms you and it momentarily blinds you. And as your vision starts to clear and come back, you're standing in the room, in the ring, and several of the red sky shards that were there when you left are now gone.
Do you have to roll? Percentile?
Oh,
Feywild?
it's coming. So, I do need the DMG for this.
I'm about to forget everything.
Or be completely taken out of the campaign right now.
Oh, that too. For many, many years.
As they were in the Feywild for 100 years in that short moment. We'll find out.
Next time, Red Star.
Give me just a moment as I look up the planes here.
Yeah.
You take
Also,
out
there's
3
someone in
characters
there.
in one game.
Okay, see Feywild.
I messaged you on Facebook Messenger as a tiny little brief background.
Do
Okay,
you guys
thank
have any
you.
more candy from
It's like
the
super
community?
Yeah, we do. Get that out here, man. Let them eat all of that.
I have candy at home too.
Yeah,
I
that's
gave it to
there.
you.
I have a
Not
lot
here.
of bag. I have a whole bag that I forgot to give out on Halloween. A whole flip
We didn't have
bag.
that many trick-or-treaters. We had like 3 or 4 packs of kids.
Is there an odds of that coming back more powerful than ever?
Actually, there might be. I don't like the Feywild's weird, dude. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen to you when you travel back from it.
Oh, you're not gonna find any month.
No, I know. That work as bare bones as possible.
I mean, depending on what kind of monk figurine you want. This is female, but whatever.
Males.
Because it looks
To the
very
side.
dark.
To the side.
This one's also dwarf. You also see that
Sweet.
looks- So there's the sun
What's left?
motion, which allows them to do
All
pretty much
my
key blast,
favorites.
and you would have
Okay.
So
Catalina,
yeah.
make a wisdom saving throw.
The cloak of protection gives me a +1 on saves.
It does.
Yeah, that's cool. You said wisdom?
Yeah, it'll already be added
14.
on your saving throws as long as you're a 10. 14, okay.
Set this on the table.
Instantly, your memory of the Feywild becomes soft, blurry, almost like a very vivid dream you had, where when you first wake up, you remember everything about it, and as the minutes go on, you still remember it, but the details get fuzzy.
I took notes in my book.
Which you remember doing. Your memory stays intact. You remember everything that happened. It just gets a little fuzzy. Ideally or mechanically, you say. Everybody gets fuzzy on their way out. Failure is complete amnesia. Now,
The one who does the dab. Totally dabbing.
What?
okay, and you didn't stay long enough for Time Warp. You have to be in the Feywild for a day or longer to hit any of the Time Warp effects.
Let's do the time warp again.
How's Vane doing?
That's a good question. Solid. Solid as a rock. What's Vane's wisdom save bonus?
Probably like a +3. So 43. You
Oh
got
no,
20
no.
already?
What do we think? It's a +3?
At least.
At least? Okay, he's safe. Barely.
I need to write everything down before I forget.
And Cookie's in the room with the bat and
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a minor illusion and invisibility spell. It actually.
you still want me to...
No, actually, he's actually had a couple of nights, a little bit of sleep.
Good, I'm gonna do the same. Vane, I'm glad I didn't have to hit you over the head. And she goes marching out, kind of scratching the side of her butt as she does so.
Looking at him, precautionary measures. You understand, right?
Please never bring that woman in a nightgown in my room again.
No promises.
And he starts gathering up all his notes and trying to bring some order to the chaos that has consumed the room.
I'll spend some time helping him.
All right. And after that, he beds down for the rest of the night.
I will too once everything's done.
All right. So, with that said, about 45 minutes later, everybody that is asleep in their rooms make a perception check at disadvantage.
Did I get to sleep by then?
Yes. Yeah, at this point, everybody's exhausted. As soon as your head hits the pillow, you're out.
15.
10. Damn it, and did my natural 20.
9.
11.
Everybody except Clay stays asleep. Clay. You fall into a deep, deep sleep as soon as your head hits the pillow. You can't even remember if you kicked off your boots or not yet. And as soon as you're down, just everything goes black as exhaustion takes over you. This is a night for a long, dreamless, solid sleep, which is the exact opposite of what Clay's gonna get. As almost as soon as darkness takes over you and you fall into slumber, burning red wings expand in front of the darkness. You find yourself standing out in the red waste, somewhere in between the cemetery and town. And you can see ahead of you these burning red wings and the silhouette of a female form wearing a cowgirl hat. She's got riding boots. All you can see is her black silhouette with her back to you as the flaming wings kind of outline her frame. She seems strong, athletic, powerful, and as the wings fold down to her sides, she slowly begins to turn and look at you. And as she does, radiant white and red flames come flickering out of her eyes in the darkness. And slowly you see the silhouette of a hand reach out to you. So you reach back for her. You step in closer instinctively, and she steps towards you. Her fingers about to touch yours when you're awoken to the sound of screams downstairs. Instantly, the dream is dispelled and you're found in your room. You can hear shouting from downstairs as apparently there is some large commotion outside. In the din and chaos of the screams, you cannot make out individual words or ascertain what it is about, but you do recognize, shortly after the screams start, the sound of gunfire from downstairs.
Well, guess I'm waking everybody up. I'm knocking on everybody's door.
Beat on doors, no answers. As you say that, and you look towards the pirate's door, you can see their doors wide open.
Pirates are attacking. I get my stuff.
You walk back into your room, throw on your gun belt, throw on your hat,
Spit polish the badge.
look down. Man, I did sleep with my boots on. Throw on your tin star.
Well,
Another couple shots are fired from downstairs.
this is my last night.
Sounds of bodies hitting the
I'll be with
floor.
you soon, the father or mother. Oh, that was bad. That was bad swallow. And did I take my short rest at least?
Yeah, that would have qualified as a
Okay.
short rest. Yeah, if you want to roll hit dice to replenish your hit points, yeah, you totally could have done that. Yeah, sorry, the world keeps on moving even if you guys need a long rest, sorry.
We probably got.
There was a lot of shit happening tonight and you guys were only one party. You couldn't handle everything at once. It happens.
Yeah, definitely we didn't do anything too major from when walking home to being in the bar for a while to actually getting rest. I guess we could all be considered to get a short rest at least.
Sure.
Well, you guys still are in the middle of a potential long rest. That's why I haven't said anything to you guys.
All right, so I'm gonna start shooting. Is this door locked?
Everybody is in their room with their doors locked and have already failed their check for the commotion going on outside.
So I'm gonna shoot their door handle.
Oh, it's to Jane's room? Alright, roll to hit. I'm sorry, with advantage. It's an inanimate object. Or is it, as the door handle moves?
It's a mimic.
20 to hit.
Yeah, no problem. You blow the handle off the door. Boom! At that point, Jane can make another perception check with advantage as her door explodes.
I got a 15.
I'm up.
The bear.
The pirates are attacking
Jane literally, like, you just see the blankets explode off of her bed, and fucking there's a bear standing there. You never even saw Jane, just boom, instantly into bear form.
Go attack. No, I'm just kidding. And then they go.
And Jane, yes, you can hear the commotion from downstairs.
I do the same thing to everybody's room that's locked.
Roll to hit. Whose door are you opening next?
19 on the die.
19 on the die, no problem. Catalina, roll perception check with advantage.
13.
13, somebody blows the door off of your hinges.
Pirates are attacking. Get ready. And
You hear the sound of gunfire downstairs, screams, bodies hitting the floor.
Go
Don't
take
forget
care of that.
knocking on
Oh, shit, I
everybody
guess I
else's
do
door.
too.
Looking for her.
You go to Kaylin's room. Her door it also has no reply to the knock.
Putting on my armor, unfortunately.
Shooting that too. 19 on the die.
19 on the
I
die.
rolled a d6 on accident.
Okay.
Yeah, 19 on the die.
Go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage.
Not a row, guys. I can't just
20.
unlock doors. This is my
20?
way to unlock doors.
You are burning 8 gold every time you open one.
I have a lot of bullets, remember? I looted the shit out of it.
And you better keep track of
I
those
am.
bullets.
I am. It's on my thingy.
So am I. It's on your VODs. What did you get, hon?
20.
20? Yeah. So your door gets blown off its hinges, and as you snap awake, there's Clay standing in your door, gun barrel smoking.
And I'm
I'm just cursing in Elvish.
sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Does
The
anyone
pirates
speak?
are attacking.
Does anyone speak Elvish? Those words should never come out of that woman's mouth. She seems like far too nice a lady.
Pirates are attacking. We need reinforcements.
You didn't know there was an Elven word for that body part, but she found it.
Get your stuff. Let's go. People are dying downstairs.
So I do that. I grab all my stuff.
In
And
Elvish, I say, language, please.
at
Too
this
early.
point, at this point, Clay says there's people dying downstairs, and you honestly don't know what his problem is. You don't hear the sounds of any ruckus, any commotion. As the rest of you realize, the sounds of the fight downstairs have stopped.
What?
Finishing putting on my armor, going to check.
Check him.
As you finish putting down on your armor and you all start walking down the stairs together, by the way, you guys can all count that as a short rest. So if you want to roll hit dice to regenerate hit points or anything like that. So the way a short rest works, babe, is
Well, how long is a short rest?
a short rest is typically anywhere between an hour to 4 hours. Now, for you as an elf, 4 hours is all you need for a long rest, but you
Right.
didn't get that long. You only got about an hour down before you got woken up by a door being blown off its
Okay.
hinges. So it counts as a short rest for you.
Yeah.
So what you can do is you can roll your hit dice to recover any lost hit points. Are you down hit points at all?
Yes.
Okay.
So which dice?
A ranger is a D8.
Or a D10. Well, what is her? I don't know.
Where's your hit points at?
It could be a D10
Yeah, I messed up, so I'm gonna fix
because
it.
they increase kind of all the classes.
So I was down 8 hit points.
You were down 8 hit points. Okay, so you roll a D8.
That is
That
this
one there, and you can roll that
It's
up
a
to
D8.
3 times plus your Constitution
It's
modifier.
definitely a D8. Sorry.
All right. So do I add them all up?
So that already heals you.
Yeah. So I'm good.
So you're healed to max now from
Okay.
your short rest.
So there is
and what
a
you do
button.
is you hit short rest there. It'll ask you if you want to take one. You say yes, and then you hit confirm.
All right. Oh,
Once more
no,
time.
wait, it
Oh.
says 1d10.
Okay, so you are a D10. Either way, you healed yourself to max, right?
Okay.
So what you do
She didn't
is
confirm
you
it.
click that to say you used 1 hit die, right?
Uh-huh.
Then you hit take a short rest, and then you hit confirm. Confirm. There you go. And that'll automatically update your character sheet. Any abilities or spells that you might get back from taking a short rest automatically update for you.
Okay.
Which I think Ranger needs long rest for all their stuff. But Warlocks get all kinds of the stuff back on a short rest. It's amazing.
I was excited for that.
All right, so Ranger doesn't get any, like, if I use 2 of my spell slots, I
You need a
still
long
only have
rest to
1.
recover.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay, you guys head downstairs. No need for a perception check. You go downstairs, and the Fat Angel has been turned into a bloodbath. There are bodies fucking everywhere, as it looks like the pirates shot their way out of here. You can see a large group of people around the front doors of the Fat Angel that look like they were all workers from the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company. Looks like most of them were carrying torches, pitchforks, farming equipment, things like that. And they were all wearing red masks around their face, as if that helps when they all kind of wear the same uniform, being part of the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company. It looks like everybody that came in on this mob was shot dead at the door. Most of them are dead or currently dying from bullet wounds, as you can hear some struggling and some people you can see slight movement in the mass of bodies and blood that's covering the Fat Angel right now, as people are slowly trying to crawl their way to safety or what have you, or just, in their death throes, deathbed type of thing, just moaning and groaning over gunshots. It is sickening down here. And just knowing just an hour before what a lively and fun environment this was, to see it in this state after just trying to sleep for an hour kind of hits everybody a little hard, as you see how quickly things can turn in Norfolk.
Well,
Is it the bad man staying in the other room?
I'm healing. I use 3 heals to try to just 1, 2, 3.
Stabilize who you can.
Stabilize.
Anybody
Right.
that's moving.
So the firing shot, I'm gonna go outside. I'll go down to see if there's anybody still around. Or I'll have my shield ready.
You're going outside of the Fat
I'm
Angel?
gonna look around to see if there's
You
anybody
you
moving.
throw the doors open and look out into the street, and you can see a couple of people are nursing one of their comrades. You can see one of them's holding a torch. There's a guy kind of nursing a gut shot leaning up in a building across the street, and a couple of his friends are sitting there like fussing about him. And give me a perception check.
Plus 2, right? 10, 12.
12. Yes, you recognize him as Theron, the essentially the Lockshire Lane shipping representative manager in this area. You met him briefly in passing once before. Younger human male, wears a bowler hat and kind of has like a nice vest and a white shirt type of thing that's now stained red on the left side. You can see his trademark golden pocket watch chain in the vest on the right side. It kind of tips you off that it's him. Plus, he's wearing a really, really nice bowler hat on like a $5 suit type of thing, you know?
You know, well, did it really need to go down like this? How many innocent people did you guys kill?
We didn't kill anybody. They've been robbing us for months. We came to put an end to it. Lord knows the law ain't gonna do it around here.
Don't look at me, I'm not the law.
You Cobalt's shield, ain't you?
Doesn't.
You used to
cover.
save people too. Now you do fucking nothing, and he spits at the ground. And his boys kind of throw his one arm over his shoulders, and they kind of give you a stink eye as they start walking him away from you.
Where do you think you're going?
his men stop. The one with the arm over his shoulder kind of just stops, their back still to you, and the other men turn.
We need to bring you in. Questions need to be answered. Lockshire Lane needs to pay for all this mess one way or another, because it didn't need to happen in town. Hell, I could have hand-delivered those guys to you.
All due respect, ma'am, that man right there is New Fork. You know exactly where to fucking find him for goddamn questions. When you find some fucking jurisdiction, or some fucking balls, or someone with them, you'll know where to find us. Now fuck off, kindly, ma'am. And he turns around and
Are the pirates
keep
dead?
carrying the boss
Or
off.
did they make it out?
They don't answer you. They just keep walking.
Alright, going to check the bodies, see who got killed, and see who's still alive.
So while you're out in the street doing that, back inside, what are you guys doing?
I'm trying to do medicine with the remainders, trying to stabilize.
You'll get a chance to make one medicine check. Go ahead and give me a check. What'd you get?
4.
4. You're able to save 3 people with your magic, and in an act of desperation and realizing there's still several people in here that are wounded, you go over to one knowing everybody's time is short, and you just kind of quickly try to assess which one is the one you can save out of the few people moving, and you go to work on this guy, and as you're sitting there trying to bandage him up, he suddenly grabs your arm with his right hand, and it looks like he's going to tell you something, and his eyes just go dead, and the hand releases off of your arm and falls limp.
Lower that lens.
It's gonna be a long night to go and get the sheriff.
I'm checking to see if Justin was in here. Looking around for Justin.
Give me a perception check at disadvantage. There is a lot of blood and gore around the Fat Angel.
Nope. 1. I tripped over something.
Anybody else inside doing anything?
Following him around.
And I'm just doing what I can to cover the dead and just try to separate, the bodies like away from the ones that are still alive and can be helped.
Okay, separating the dead from the living.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't take you very long to realize it's mostly dead.
I grab Jane's hand and I grab out a crystal and I gave it to Jane. Almost like use a powerful heal. Try to save these people.
I don't think I have that kind of power on me.
Just used it. Cast your heal.
You shake the crystal. It's a red sky shard.
Get it from her and I give it to Kaylin. Is there a way you can use a powerful heal to heal these people?
All I have is cure wounds.
Try it.
Are you gonna attempt it?
Yeah.
So focusing on the crystal, you find one of the very few remaining wounded, and go to cast Cure Wounds. Give me a Knowledge Arcana check.
$17.
17.
The problem is that they come back. Pet Cemetery, yo.
As you find somebody that's still lightly breathing, and wipe the blood off their face, you realize that it's actually not one of the men, it's one of the saloon girls. The one that was proficient in bottles over the back of the head while in a bar, during a bar brawl. It's a very specific proficiency, but she had it and she was good with it. It was very difficult to even tell it was a woman until you were this close to her, just because of the amount of blood and gore. As she goes to take her last breath, you focus on the Sky Shard, not really knowing what to do with it or what to expect of it, just trying to find a way to weave its energy like you would a material component into the healing spell. What level do you cast Cure Wounds at? Well, it's dependent on your spell slots. So how many spell slots do you have left? You have one spell slot left,
Yeah.
and you can only cast first level spells. So you're going to cast a first level Cure Wounds, right?
Right.
Which is normally a D8 plus your Wisdom modifier, I think, for a ranger in healing.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll 3d8 and double your Wisdom modifier added to it.
$23.
23 points of healing. As the red Sky Shard shatters in your hand, the dust all of a sudden wraps itself and weaves itself into your incantation. And as you go to cast your heal, which is normally a soft green and white light, you can see the white light in it all of a sudden take on this red color as the dust intermingles with it. And all of a sudden the green that's around it gets incredibly vibrant and bright and just explodes outward. And as you pull your hand away, she oh sweet Jesus, what the fuck is going on around here?
Truly an eloquent statement, never to be anyways.
Thank you, Kaylin. I knew that was going to work.
Oh, I am not cleaning this shit up.
Where's Colt Wells? Where's Cookie? As I shout out.
Where's the girls? Where's the other girls?
Sorry, ma'am. They're gone.
No! And she just starts going through fucking bodies and like looking for the other two saloon girls. She's just going and wiping faces and essentially goes into a shock panic.
Alright, can anyone do anything to calm her down?
How many of the pirates are dead?
Well, I believe you and Clay were both looking for that, right? Like somebody else said they wanted to see who
No,
was in
I
it.
was just looking for Justin.
Oh, Justin, that's right. Okay, so what was your perception check was balls, right?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a perception check as you look for pirate bodies.
Nat 20?
Nat 20. Of the dead, 2 of them are pirates.
How many of the guys with the trading company?
About 25, 30 people died in this room.
And those were from the trading company?
Almost all of them. Some of them were the patrons of the bar. You can see the gamblers. You find one of the saloon girls.
Well, good news is we didn't fight the pirates.
Nat 20. You find Cookie, but Cookie actually is stable, just down. That half-orc heritage, fighting her through.
I'll we need to go get the clerics. Somebody go get the clerics from the Red Star. I'm gonna go get the sheriff. We'll get some people over here to help out. We'll round up some town folks.
as you guys split off to try to do what you can for the Fat Angel, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here, guys. I need a cigarette. That was a lot of fucking gruesome death.
This is what happens when you don't do something immediate.
The world keeps spinning, and that is honestly, if you guys have never played in one of my campaigns before, the whole point is to take alignment out of the game. Everything is just, everybody has their motivations, and the clock keeps spinning whether the players engage with it or not.
Something we were supposed to take care of
There
to
was,
start with.
and the thing is, you guys, honestly, in all fairness, you had a lot thrown at you. There were a lot of different paths that you guys could have taken action on. Something was going to fall through the cracks. Not taking care of the pirate situation and tipping off the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company about who had been killing their people all this time. It was a ticking time bomb waiting to happen, and you guys weren't able to defuse it in time. But the town's not overrun in undead. So you see, there's pros and cons to every choice you guys made.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, yeah.
Weird. It just turns out that way.
We are live and we're grabbing boobs.
We are live and grabbing boobs, people.
I got mine.
Oh, is there an HR
Nobody
manager?
else did mine.
I didn't do background or anything as of right now
Background is slavery.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's proficiencies.
so one of them I picked would be
Do we have an HR manager in the room?
character sheet.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to put me as a
No, you're welcome to the role though.
assistant or something.
What?
Or some sort of messenger.
So you're welcome to the role. Every time we get a new party member, we have to send it to you to make sure they're
Well-
qualified.
Oh, Lawrence, do we have an HR manager in the room?
We just put you in as a recent escapee,
All right.
and you can give whatever story you want to give. It's new for it. You can be a whole new person here. An HR manager?
Yeah.
No, Mina just gets to punch you in the mouth 3 times if she chooses to.
Okay.
Oh, that
Saves a lot of paperwork.
Mm-hmm. You'll find I have a very just cut to the chase style of management. All right. So you were headed off to get the sheriff, and you were headed off. Clay was headed off where? I forgot.
Clarence.
To the Clarence. Okay.
Should be other way around, but whatever.
So Clay heads off to the temple. Is everybody else staying in the slaughterhouse?
No, I was following him. He always falls down.
Okay, so Jane's sticking tight to Clay. Kaylin?
I'm gonna go outside and just try to get some fresh air and compose myself.
Okay. You go out and you breathe in fresh air, and you can see 2 of your party headed off to the right, the other headed off to the left. And as you look at the one headed down to the left, you can see just on the horizon, the color starting to change as dawn is slowly approaching, probably here within the next hour. And so we will start with Clay and Jane. As you get to the church, it is dark out front. There's no lights on in the windows. You can see that some more building has gone to the church. It looks like it's actually an established building now. It's no longer a tent. They've got 4 walls. They got a roof. They got the steps out front. You can see along the side of it a couple of the empty coffins as they were offering their services as coffin makers here too, and helping with the town's dead. And above the temple's door now is what appears to be a new iconography, a new holy symbol. And it looks very, very similar to Palor's symbol, only instead of the yellow starburst, it's a red starburst that is over like a diamond. So it's got a silver backing to it, silver or platinum, that has like a top piece that's very, very narrow, and then the bottom part of the diamond is very, very long and comes down to a point, and then up in the center of it is this red starburst. The metal on the backing of it definitely looks like precious metal, and the starburst looks like it's actually made out of sky shards, a solid piece of red sky shard that's been essentially gem crafted and cut to make the symbol they wanted. And for being as valuable as it is in New Fork, seems to be unmolested, even though unprotected on the front of this church.
I know.
You get no response immediately.
I'm patiently waiting because I
As
don't
you
wanna be
patiently
rude.
wait, a couple minutes pass, and in the window you can see light dimly shining through, and as you take a little peek, you can see like a hand lantern and a silhouette of someone behind it walking towards the front of the church. And a moment later, the door creaks open, and you can see the father back there. Which, if anybody has notes on this guy's name, because I think I lost my notes on the father of this church. Where is it?
I think I did not.
You guys might have not asked him his name either, because
Nope.
I would have had it if it was in the box.
Definitely did not.
You guys did not ask him his name because I just found my notes and it's not here. All right. As the father of the church opens up the front, he looks out and sees you, and it's Clay, right?
Yes, Father, it is Clay.
Come on in, my child. What can I do for you?
The fat angel, there's many dead people. We need your help. Father, we need a prayer. Many.
Let me
many
grab my
people.
supplies. Is there still fighting going on?
No, the fighting's done.
All right, we'll come in, have a seat. Give me a moment to prepare. You can see he walks back to the back of the church and goes into a separate room. And a few minutes later, comes out in his red robes. Looks like he ran a comb through his beard a little bit and has prepared for a fight. He's got a war hammer on his hip. And in addition to that, it seems like he's got like a component pouch on the other hip, and he's carrying a small brazier with him as well, like what's the thing that the Catholic Church has that swings with the smoke? What's that smoky job called?
Incense?
Yeah, the incense
Scepter?
burner thing. I forget what the actual carrier is called.
Is it a scepter?
No.
No, it's
It's the one on the chain. It's got like the
Yeah.
3 chains on the
Yeah.
end of the little bowl.
Maybe chat will know eventually.
Chat, hey chat, what's that called? I know we got Catholics in the chat. Help me out, guys.
A sensor?
Yes, a sensor. Thank you.
Is that what he said?
Thank you, Sidris.
Yes, thank you, Sigris. Appreciate that.
I was close.
So he comes out with one of those. It's unlit at this point. And he steps out and starts heading back to the Fat Angel with you. Okay, while that's going on, back at the sheriff's office, you go over there and you can see that the lights are off. Looks like the repairs to the back of the sheriff's are finished. He's got a back wall again.
Bam, bam, bam. Really loudly.
You beat on the door. To no reply.
Or window.
Yeah, there's windows on the
Breaking
front. Okay, you break open the window.
Look at it.
It's not a problem. You can break it open, look in. No one's home. No one in the arrest cages. No sheriff. It's just an empty room right now.
Could be anywhere. There's probably people around. Does anyone know where the sheriff stays when he's not here?
Yeah, he's got the house next door.
Walking over there.
Says some random citizen who's still kind of like eyeing the front of the Fat Angel and has very, very worried look on their face. You go to the house next door and give it a knock. To no answer.
Screaming Sheriff White, wake up!
No reply.
Hopefully hasn't been taken for something. Alright, well, going back to help out with the bodies.
All right. You guys all get back around the same time. You see Kalen standing in front of the Fat Angel. And the party comes back together with the priest in tow. As you guys get closer to the Fat Angel, is in there.
Yeah, there's just so many.
He reaches into his component pouch and lays some incense into the censer, and starts fumbling with some matches or something like that, and can one of you, as you press to digitate the fire for him, he lets the incense burn a little bit, and once it starts to burn, he takes a scarf and puts it up above his nose. He
I
goes
kind of
walking into the fat angel.
whisper in his ear too. I was like, and there's undead in the graveyard. So if there's any way to stop that from happening to these kind of people, please do that too.
He opens the doors to the fat angel and walks in. And then walks out. He hangs up the incense over a rafter in front of the fat angel and just lets it burn there. All right. Anybody able to get back home? Why don't you guys just go ahead and get them home tonight and make sure they get home safe and rested. Anyone that doesn't have a home, go ahead and bring them to the church. I'll get my faithful out here to help with the bodies.
No problem.
Anyone let him know about the Orcus runes and somebody summoning the undead?
I just told him.
There was a beholder among them. We ended it, but I mean, there could be more.
Orcus?
Yeah, those runes printed on the cemetery, so they say. I didn't go inside specifically. Somebody was playing a flute, and when they stopped playing it, the undead stopped moving, from what I understand.
Alright. I'll inspect the cemetery myself and take a look at these runes and make sure the undead threat is quelled. Work with my people when I send them here. I'll send Nathan. You guys can speak with him about getting the bodies prepared and taken care of. At first light, I'll head out to the cemetery and see what's going on there. Is there anything else I can do for any of you?
Father, what is your name?
He's unsure of his own name, which means he's hiding something.
Insight check.
Get all my notes. Nathan, right hand of the red star.
For some reason Nelson kept just
So what you're
popping in
saying
my
is
head.
he has a rosy palm? That was gross.
Yeah. It's Father Derek Fallow.
Do I ever heard of this guy?
Give me a history check on the last name, maybe.
One.
I don't care enough about religion to care about a person like this.
It's not always a religion check.
And he said history. Go for it. So I am proficient in history. And it's 13.
13? The family name Fallow seems familiar, but you can't really place from where.
And he used to be Palor, right?
Yeah.
Originally.
He was originally a follower of Paler that converted to the Red Star in the last year, yeah.
I go look for Nathan.
Okay. Well, he goes off to the temple and actually rounds Nathan up and tells Nathan to get everybody to go get the bodies, and introduces you to him. He would look like a normal commoner around New Fork. You know, he's wearing cotton jeans and a cotton shirt, and he's got suspenders on. Kind of a skinny guy. He's got kind of a mustard yellow hat with a brown band on it. And he, he's very, very respectful with the father. You see him speaking to him in hushed tones with his hat over his heart, and as soon as the father breaks away, he throws his hat on and starts running to the back of the church where they've got a few tents set up and a couple of shacks set up for the followers that are congregating out there, and starts waking people up. And as he does, you can see people within 10-15 minutes start coming out wearing their red robes and ready to go to work. When you see him again, he's also in red robes, and comes out, and they start headed over to the Fat Angel, and they start doing the labor, just pulling bodies out and cleaning. About halfway through that, if you guys are sticking around for the cleanup process, is everybody sticking around for that?
No.
I'm helping out with the injured, taking them over to the church.
Okay, so anybody that's injured that you're able to find, you either get them home or get them to the church. You are able to find 3 people that are still alive that live in New Fork in their own places, and you're able to find 2 people that are still alive that were essentially staying at the inn and no longer want to stay there tonight and follow you to the church.
I was helping out.
All right. So as you guys are helping out with that, the sun does rise on the Fat Angel as you start to pull bodies out into the street. The Lockshire Lanes Moving Company has sent out 2 carts to help transport the dead to the cemetery, with teamsters and horse teams. As people start loading them onto the back of the carts.
Be careful of the undead.
And as the sun rises and the bodies start to get stacked up, eventually you guys see Sheriff White up for the day come walking out of his house. See him shake his head as he puts his hat on and starts walking over and starts talking to the teamsters by the cart to see what's going on.
I'll go to the sheriff. Did my best to get him out of here, but I guess somebody leaked to the Lockshire Lanes that they were here and what they did.
Yeah. According to the drivers here, their boss caught wind of the pirates working with the Grizz gang, and they didn't quite have the patience for the law to do their job.
We would have been out of here less than an hour from when that happened. You hear about the undead?
No. What's going on with that?
So the Undertaker, either
York?
him, yeah, he took the rest after we blew the head off that one person, to the cemetery, and I decided to follow along because I didn't know what they were doing. After I let you rest up, when I got there, the undead already arose. Yorick was consumed in the fight. I guess that's his name. A bunch of undead came up, which were hardly a problem, to be honest. They weren't the fastest creatures, but then there was runes of Orcish everywhere. Apparently a big bad demon of some sort.
Ah, hell. York's dead?
Yes.
I knew him well. Throws his sword back on his back and starts headed for the cemetery.
I'll walk with you. The cleric should be also heading there. It's first light. I'm heading to sleep.
Yeah, if you want to get your rest, it's fine. I'm just going to go take a look at these runes. York was a good man. We've got to make sure he doesn't come back as one of those things.
Also, you'll see its mess outside. There was a beholder that came up with it. We somehow managed to take it out. Thankfully, it's slow.
A beholder? We didn't bury no beholders out there.
Shrug.
Motioning, I don't know either.
Chat.
to Sheriff Clay. It was there. You'll see it.
Bear ripped it apart. Sorry, the Jane.
Jane, I both love and hate that woman. All right, yeah, get your rest. I'll go take a look at this. Oh man, I hope it's just teenagers that found a fucking ruin of Orcus. If we got real cult worship, well, fuck. We got zombie beholders. They're fucking real cult worshippers, motherfucker. And he just starts stomping off towards the cemetery.
Be careful of the sound of flutes. If they're playing it, they'll probably come up.
Catalina, do me a favor and give me no more intelligence until tomorrow.
I can do that.
And he grumbles to himself as he goes
I'm
stomping
gonna have to
off.
make a report about this.
Around the time that you were talking to the sheriff, Colt Wells comes walking up. And just a tear in his eyes, looks at his bar. Pulls off his top hat and places it over his heart and says a silent prayer to himself as he looks at the dead on the carts and kind of steels himself, flips the top hat, throws it on his head. Guess it's time to get to work. And he pulls out his pocket handkerchief and walks into the bar.
I'm going in my room. I motioned everybody inside. I like to.
Hi, Sheriff.
After a couple hours have passed, actually, the bodies have been moved out of the bar. The bar is still pretty well covered in gruesome gore that is in the middle of being cleaned up right now. So now it's kind of like a wet red sludge on the bottom of the ground as they're trying to mop it clean. You guys get to your rooms, and I assume pass out?
Yes.
Okay. You all pass out. You all get a long rest. How long y'all been waiting for that shit?
Too long.
I needed a short rest for my character. I didn't take any damage, surprisingly.
The only problem I had is I used all 3 of my spell slots.
Now you got him back.
Yep.
Mages. You gotta wait, you gotta wait. Sometimes the wait is long.
So,
Well,
while this is happening, we have a new resident of Newfork. Cameron, what's the name of your new character?
This is gonna be a beautiful city.
Bright new future for you.
Ragnar Sootbeard.
Ragnar Sootbeard. I love it.
yeah.
I love it. Cameron is now Ragnar Sootbeard. Ragnar, there is a small caravan that was headed up to Newford. Apparently, the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company has not been making their shipments as regularly as required by management, and management is sending a crew up to go inspect their operation. You were able to hitch a ride on this wagon, or on this caravan, as kind of a just a sword for hire kind of job, as they were kind of just grabbing locals off the dock to help guard it. The caravan has been running 24/7. They don't stop in day or night, as they have enough people to essentially just alternate Teamsters, and they're doing a one up, one down thing on their Teamsters. They're operating 4 wagons going into town, one of which is a heavily armored vehicle that apparently the owner of the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company is in. You have not seen him go in or out of this vehicle. but you have been hired to protect it on its way up. The journey from Lockshire to Newfort, running 24/7, has taken you guys about 2.5 weeks. It's about a month journey if you have stopped to sleep. You guys drastically cut down that time. And you happen to be pulling into Newfort in the middle of the day where everybody is broken off, given their payment of 20 gold each for your inn, so you can add 20 gold to your character. And as you go in, you know that this city is essentially just a pop-up tent in the middle of the desert. Everything around it is red, it's dusty, it's hot as hell, and as it's nearing the midpoint of the day, right now it's about one of the hottest days of the year in New Fork. And you realize very, very quickly as you get out and collect your gold that you're going to need cover immediately, as the exposed environment of New Fork on this day is reaching about 117 degrees. It's literally lethal heat outdoors right now. The paymaster gives you your pay, and I kind of wipes his brow and ducks his head back into the caravan to get a little bit of shade. If you're planning on staying, friend, I recommend the Fat Angel there. They've got magical wardings against all of this.
And they have plenty of openings now.
So I'd check them out. And he gets back into the wagon, and once everybody's all paid out, the caravan takes off and heads off to the Lockshire Lanes shipping grounds.
I want to get out of any type of rags and into common clothes, especially something that could possibly protect from the sun.
Give me a perception check.
Horrible. Wisdom is 4.
4. You look around and you can see the giant domed building with spikes coming off the back of it that can only be the Fat Angel. You read about it in the paper while you were in Lockshire, and that's definitely what the paper described, a giant hollowed out monster in the middle of the desert. And just, there's too much sun and too much heat and too much sweat in your eyes. You can't really make out the signs on the other buildings, so you don't really know where to go to like get a change of clothing. It's just kind of sweat steaming your eyes and burning right now.
If that's the case, I'll just make my way to the Bat Angel and possibly ask for assistance there.
All right. You go walking into the Fat Angel. No need for a perception check. The bar is almost completely empty, except for a man behind the bar that's wiping down the counter, and a couple of guys in red robes that are mopping the floor. And the floor is stained red.
Hey, what happened here?
Yeah. The guy behind the bar kind of tips his hat at you, and just a little misunderstanding at last night's festivities, friend. What can I do for you?
I can definitely see lots of misunderstandings. I need coverage. Who can possibly craft something to get this bare skin covered?
Oh, well, we've got Margaret across the way over at the General Goods. She could probably help you out. I think the shipping company just came in today, so they're probably dropping off goods. So her prices should be coming down.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'll walk out the door and kind of just peek over my shoulder to see.
As you go walking out, he follows you out and just kind of points to the building and over there. And when you're done, come on in for a drink, friend.
I might wait a little bit till this is cleaned up. Bye.
And as he turns around and goes back in, you can hear behind you the distinct sound of a defeated sigh come off the man as he walks back into the bar.
I don't blame him on that one. So I'll walk to
Head over to the general goods store. You go walking in, and you can hear instantly the voice of an old crone screaming, "Dust! Dust! Get the dust off of you!" As she comes walking out from behind the counter. And oh God! And she grabs a little swish broom for dusting, and she just strong arm pushes you back out the door and just starts beating you with this feather duster.
It's a bad place to do business in a red.
Oh.
I haven't been pampered like this in I don't know how long.
Don't get used to it. And she shoves you back in as quickly as she can away from the dust and kind of bats the dust in the air as she comes walking in the door and slams it shut behind her. All right. Now that you're a proper gentleman, what can I be doing for you?
I don't have much coin, but I need to get covered. The sun's miserable out here.
That it is, and this is one of the worst days. Well, let's see what we can do you for. And she leads you over to the gentleman petite section. And you start going through. She actually has a wide selection of clothing today. Looks like for being out in the middle of nowhere, she had to have just got restocked. She had to have. Because her store is just chock full. And as you're in there shopping, you can see the door opening, and you just see like boxes and stuff kind of like just barely over your vision. You see like boxes being moved into the store. You can't really see who's carrying them. You just see boxes bobbing up and down past the racks as they're bringing more goods in from the back. You do hear the sound of a young male voice grumbling under the weight of the boxes and the heat of the noonday sun. Why do they have to drop off the fucking shipment in the middle of the fucking day? This is fucking bullshit. That kind of thing. But yeah, you're able to find garments there. Is that all you wanted? Was a change of clothes?
Yeah, I'll look for some decent soled foot wraps. Just an overcoat and a hat. Just those three things.
No problem. You're easily able to get it done, and it's like a long coat, a hat, boots. You're looking at what, 5 silver, maybe 5, 6 silver. So let's call it 6 silver, right?
Is there any way I can do a deal with you and get that cut in half in exchange for maybe some work? I can pay off the other half.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Get your ass out there and bring in the boxes. So you go and help them bring in their shipment. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw as you were working in way too hot temperatures.
14.
14. Okay, you are able to get the goods in the shop after the course of about an hour and a half. You are now at 1 level of exhaustion until you get a full rest.
Sounds good.
Don't dwarves have advantage on Constitution saves?
No.
It's a strength and dexterity.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
You want to work?
No.
Something else.
All right. I'll just I'll do it at a little bit at pace just to get it done, but once the job is done, I'll kind of just sit and lounge around, look around the store a little bit.
Once you're done, the crone comes up and she hands you a drink in a like a metal stein, and there's some sort of weird steam coming off of it. And as she extends it to you and you put your hand on the stein, it's chilled to the touch, like ice cold. Drink up, you work hard.
Thank you. Do you mind? I've never seen anything like this.
Ah, just a little magic to get the heat off you. Don't worry about it, you'll love it.
I'll drink it.
And you drink it, and for the first time ever in your life, you have cold ale. It's It honestly does not taste as good as room temperature ale. It just doesn't. But after working in that heat, it is very welcome to cool off your insides that quickly. And you finish it heartily. And no, she is not a hag. You are not bound to her for eternity. She is just an old fucking cranky lady in a shop who might be a hag.
I'll ask her. Do you happen to know if there's any other hands-on work that might be needing around here? I'm just kind of a...
You good with a mop?
It's not the first time I've had one in my hands, but...
I'd go talk to Mr. Wells. Seems like he could use all the hands he needs. Or you can go talk to York out in the cemetery. I'm pretty sure he needs a hand too.
Mind blown. I don't know who these
He can
gentlemen
use
are.
several body parts. A lot of them are missing.
York is our town undertaker, and we had a bit of a shootout across the street last night, and Mr. Wells is the guy that owns the Fat Angel. So I think both places are going to be plenty busy today. Plus, Lockshire Lanes just came in with trade goods, so I'm sure any other shop along town here is doing the same thing I'm doing, loading up their new inventory.
All right, thank you. I'll head back to the Fat Angel and see if he needs help.
Head back to the Fat Angel?
Yeah, see if he needs help straightening up anything.
I guess
Yeah.
I'll go downstairs and see if all the blood has been cleaned up and help out.
I was just about to say, so around this time, you go back inside, is around the same time you guys have finished your long rest, and you're coming down. And as you guys come down, you do see well, actually, for the first time ever since you've come to New Fork, as you guys go walking downstairs, there seems to be a dwarven gentleman talking to Colt Wells. And Colt Wells is more than happy to extend employment to you. Do you want coin or do you want a room?
I want to work for a room.
No problem. Get all this shit cleaned up, make it go away, make it presentable for tonight's business, and you got a room for a week.
Okay.
I'm helping out.
Do you have a place to put my hat?
And he points to the entrance of the Fat Angel, and you can see a coat and hat rack that he's actually got like 3 of them sitting there that, well, some of them still have unclaimed coats and hats on from the previous night.
Pretty close.
Am I able to reach it?
The lower one.
You have to give her a little hop.
Alright.
You have to give her a little hop. They're not very accommodating to the shorter folk around here, but with a little bit of a hop and a stretch, you're able to get your hat on the hook and throw your coat up on there and roll your sleeves up and grab a mop. And
I'll start working.
And as you work, you will learn all about the glory of the Red Star and how it can bring joy to your life. And as your co-workers let you know that this would never happen at the temple because they're protected by the star. And you too, sir, can be protected by the star. They seem very into this star. You guys come downstairs and start helping out. So as you're working, you can see, well, I mean, no nice way of putting it, definitely looks like a gunslinger comes walking down the stairs. He is, however, wearing a tin star. You've got what appears to be, actually, you've heard of these native peoples because they live in harmony with the dwarves, typically. There is a young woman that comes down that has feathers in her hair, war paint on her face, in brighter, softer colors, like a soft blue across her eyes. And she comes walking down. You have heard of these more tribal humans that live in the mountains above the dwarven homelands. And as a result, their people and your ancestral peoples have been trading for generations and typically operate in peace. You don't know what their relationship is like right now with the current politics surrounding Rubia and how far their just general distrust of humans right now might be extending. You don't know if there's any strained relationship or not with the current environment, but for years to come, you've been in peace with their people and kind of living in unison and harmony as they give you guys goods from the surface and you guys give them goods from deeper in the earth. Also, there is a woman that looks like one of the kind of authorities in Lockshire that you had bumped into here and there. They're definitely not town guard. They're not like cops or anything like that. But you could tell people talk to them as if they had a certain level of authority. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but she's wearing the same markings on her lapel as those people from Lockshire. And then a beautiful elven woman that has, typical elven features, like a bow strapped to her back and things like that. She comes walking down, who at this point has Kaylin changed clothes for the environment at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so out of her white armors now and into a more local look because she was getting too much attention from the highfalutin folk around here. So she is dressed down into the blue jeans and blue cotton shirt of the what seems to be the town guard of Newfork. She's also wearing a tin star and has a brown cowboy hat and a brown duster on, along with a very elegant and extravagant elven bow on her back. But you can see all of them come downstairs, and outside of that party, it doesn't seem like anybody else is frequenting the Fat Angel today.
I'll just mop and sweep and
One
Keep
cold
my head
beverage,
down.
please.
We're not here. We're here to help Jane.
I'm thirsty.
You helped plenty, Jane. And he slides a drink over to you.
I'll slide a silver. I think I have silver.
As I attempt to grab the mop that's next to the door.
Okay. Get the mop and start mopping. So you guys finish the cleanup. Another 2 hours goes by, and it's about as clean as it's going to get. Around that time, Cookie comes stumbling out of her room, kind of nursing her head a little bit, and goes up to the bar and just kind of in front of Colt, and without putting up a fight or a fuss about being her employer, Colt just slides her a drink and lets her mourn her wounds and her losses from the night before.
I would like to inquire. How often do you need this done?
Oh, job this big? It's only happened 3 or 4 times since we opened.
And how many of you are able to do it?
Oh. What do you mean? How many does it take to clean it?
Well, I see you. I take it her as a helping hand.
We've been running the establishment since we opened. Every now and again we take on like a hired hand here or there. The work, honestly, is mostly shared between me and Cookie here. And honestly, it might have to stay that way for a little bit longer because we just lost about 32 of our customers last night.
Well, I'm new to the area, and if you need help in exchange for a little bit of cut on a room, you have my services.
I'll tell you what, you got the room for a week, friend. Here's your key. And should we need you again within that week, I'll send Cookie up to knock for you.
I want to go upstairs to the pirate's room and investigate the room.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything downstairs?
What was his last name again?
Who, the
Cole?
bartender?
Yeah.
Wells.
Mr. Wells, you might want to send someone up to repair a few of the doors upstairs. There was a little incident and
I can do that.
If you would, Jane, thank you.
I have no mechanical skills, but okay.
I thought you had the repair spell.
So
I do.
Okay, then you could totally do it.
But it's called
Mending.
mending.
Yeah.
I think it's a cantrip, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mending is a cantrip that attaches 2 pieces back together.
this is a little
Doors
bit
were
too
shot
fancy.
off. They're splinters.
You're probably gonna need a locksmith or new locks instead.
It doesn't hurt to let her try. We're probably gonna have to replace the whole door,
I'm a little
right?
afraid she's gonna do worse.
Jane, come have a drink, hon. Hey, Jane, it's on the house. Come back.
No, I'm gonna fix it.
No, it's free. Come back.
But I need to fix it.
What's done is done.
Keep my drink cold, Bo. I'll be with you back.
You got it.
Does the key go inside or outside?
Just takes his hat off, sets it on the bar.
I think I'm gonna need a drink.
Me too. He sits down 2 glasses and pours for the both of you.
Chilling it for us.
Thank you. Appreciate
You
that.
make it pretty with flowers.
Throws his hat back on, has a drink.
I'm gonna go outside.
I think it's employee drinking night. I think as all past and future contracts with the Fat Angel are honorary full-time employees for tonight only, and tonight only it's a
How do you feel about
appreciation
roses?
night. No. If it's what you did on the street the other night, no.
Tulips it is.
You go upstairs to investigate the pirates' room. The door's still wide open. You go walking in, and the room is fucking destroyed. It looks like Motley Crue's on tour. Just absolutely destroyed. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Well,
12. You're going through everything, and like literally the entire place is fucking thrashed. There's so much mess, just open bottles of booze spilled out everywhere, some narcotic substances that have been smoked in various smoking devices. There's just black powder where they were playing some weird game where you can see burned char marks on the table and the floor, and lines of black powder drawn out in similar fashion to these char marks. Just a complete and total wreck of a room, and as a result, makes it really hard to look for anything of value in this much mess. You don't see anything other than the fact that these guys owe for a lot of property damage on the room.
Well, we'll make them pay for that. That is the limit, the last straw. No, I'm kidding.
It's probably on the long list of fucking murder, burglary, theft. I'm pretty sure vandalism's pretty low on their hanging
I'm
list.
pretty sure they took the towels in the restroom too.
I like slowly
Monsters.
back away, slowly close the door. I'm like, nope.
But yeah, with nothing found, you head back downstairs, I take it?
Yeah.
All right. A few minutes later, Clay comes back downstairs.
All right. Who's ready to go down to the dwarves, up to north to dwarves? I don't think we have the three pirates right now.
Let's see how Vane's doing. He's probably ready to go. I'll help him gather his things. He can't stay here.
Anybody else want
Not
to go with the
without
dwarves?
somebody watching him.
Kaylin?
And wait,
Did you chauffeur us some transportation?
No, can't. How are we going to? She has the transportation.
I need to work on some reports and send them off before I head out, so give me a few hours.
so where is it you're wanting to go?
North to dwarves.
North to the dwarves. Okay.
Oh. We could probably use a dwarf. Wells, could we borrow him? We're gonna be partying with some dwarves about getting the water cleared up so it doesn't smell like dead, rotting hell out here. We could
Well, that
probably-
would be much appreciated, and the gentleman's business is his own. Ours is concluded. He cleaned up the bar, and he's got a room for the week. So, by all means, he's in room 306. Go give him a knock.
I'll go upstairs.
And
Anyone else want to join me?
I'm already upstairs
You
fixing
know what?
donuts.
Yes, this time I will join you. I'm afraid. that
Jane,
there's
give me a
pirates
tinkering
still
check.
lingering
How do I
around.
do that?
Well, you're going to roll a d20, and you're going to be at disadvantage because you're not a tinkerer, and you're not proficient, so you will get to add your intellect bonus.
Yeah, it's actually more preferred if you talk to him. Honestly, a lot of the.
What did you say?
Disadvantage with your intellect
but
bonus.
speak
With my
to
intellect?
complicated for most to understand, so I'll let you do most of the speaking.
16?
16. You guys come walking upstairs, and like, you notice that Jane has like these weird like geometric patterns flashing in her eyes. But in actuality, as you go walking by, she has this weird fucking moment of clarity, and she has done this beautiful work on resetting the door to Kaylin's room, and is already like finishing up on the doorknob right now, and she's just sitting there testing it and making sure the lock works, and it literally looks like no damage has happened to the door whatsoever, as she shuts it up and kind of proudly nods at her work and moves on to the next door.
Jane, you never cease to surprise me. Take that any which way you want. Mostly negative. But this time,
13 on the next one.
Takes time. You start your work on it.
well
And
done.
I just pat her on the back. Good job.
Hey, Wells! She did a good job on it.
Of course I
There's
did.
nothing burning.
She put a tulip on it though.
Her drink's still cold.
Yay!
I'm gonna go try to arrange transportation
With who?
with my employer, my bookkeeper.
Your previous employer,
Yeah.
the Lockshire Lane Shipping Company,
Lockshire Lane Shipping Company.
or with your current employer, Horace, who you still owe 3 trips to Bordheim with and have no idea when he's leaving.
Is where the dwarves up north, is that anywhere near?
Well, if Clay intends to go to work on the dam, where they expect to be dropping off lumber for the dam to be built and expecting to have to go into negotiations with the dwarves to get them to build the dam quicker, that location is about halfway to Mordheim, same direction.
And what kind of transportation did Horace provide?
There's tortoise.
His tortoise?
Oh, he's
But
got
he
all
is
the snow
slow
on
as
that.
balls.
Yeah, he's
slow.
slow.
He's slow, but
But he really wants to help.
he's
But you offered your services for 3 trips. And he said he was leaving in a few days.
Alright, so I'll go to Horace.
It's up to you. You can break your word.
No, I'm not gonna break my word.
I'm gonna go to hell and I'm
You-
gonna see to it.
You can have the ire of a fucking ancient tortle on you.
Who will one day
Will one day catch up to you.
Okay, so, I will go to Horace.
Okay. Easy enough. You find him with the Lockshire Lanes caravan, and he's in negotiations with them right now, trading goods.
This is a weird flavored pistol.
Yeah.
Have you guys tried this one?
Good day, Horace.
And I'm assuming after all the cleaning and stuff, this is later in the day, past the afternoon. The sun's starting to go down, so it's not 120 degrees outside anymore.
Right.
All right. You. Oh. Hello, dear.
No more.
I just came to
Pretty good,
check up
yeah.
on you and see if you were planning any excursions
What else you got?
anytime soon.
Onions,
Well,
full ranch.
as you can see, my friend has been relieved of most of his burn. And as you look, the tortoise's giant mound of trash has greatly reduced itself over the last few days, as he's been able to sell off most of his wares to either the town folks here or the shipping company itself. So yes, I do feel like another trip up Mordheim Way would be very profitable to us in, say, about a day, maybe 2 days' time. I would like to go to the saloon and get a foot rub. I think I have the money for that now.
Oh, Horace, don't worry about that. I'll take care of it.
Oh, child, you're just too good for this world. So rare to find good people these days. You know, I'm sorry that I don't move as fast as I used to. I really did want to help you and your friends when you fought the zombie.
Oh, we appreciate the intention.
You know, why don't you just stay close to me? And that way, if you have to save the world, I'll already be there to help.
Sounds good. How would you like to go to the Fat Angel now and get that foot rub?
Well, I don't think the girls will be much in the mood today. Think I might give them a day or two.
All right.
But we can go to the Fat Angel to get out of this fucking heat.
Sounds good.
All right, Caleb. And he kind of motions to his tortoise, and the tortoise extends his head forward, and he gives him a scratch under the jaw, and turns around with his cane and starts walking towards the Fat Angel. And the tortoise just very slowly, you can feel the earth almost move under the weight of its feet as it moves behind him and follows in tow. And you guys make your way back to the Fat Angel very, very slowly. By the time you get there, you're very grateful for your prestidigitated underwear.
I knocked on the dwarf's door.
Alright, you get a knock at your door?
Who is it? What do you want? Are you with or against the Empire?
It's Deputy Clay.
Now he's dead.
Have a possible, we need you to come along with us.
Answer my questions first.
What was your question?
Sorry, it's my phone. It's in a commercial.
What do you want?
Shut the fuck up.
And are you with or against the
There's
Empire?
sad music playing.
We're
but-
going to the dwarves to build the dam, or have them hurry up and build the dam. I'm with the sheriff here in
Is that with or against the Empire? Door remains closed.
I don't work for the Empire, sir.
What do you want the dwarves for?
To build a dam.
For who?
To get the river flowing. For food.
I doubt you'll have much luck with them.
That's why we're going to go negotiate.
I mean, one way or another, you heard a woman talk through the room. We're gonna go meet some dwarves. Wouldn't you want to meet some more of your own kind?
How do you
Share
know
some
he-
stories?
maybe he's
I went with you,
location?
remember?
Yeah, but what if he went with the? What if I'm talking to her? It's like, how do you know? Maybe he's from that location.
I mean, exactly. We have to ask.
Did you just assume his homeland?
That's what I'm saying.
It's 2019, bro. Can't do that.
Neither of the trading companies work specifically with the Empire, and there's money to be made.
Also, we're here to stop a bandit too.
Yay.
You hear from down the hall.
Now I could get behind that bear, but you're
Second
not
door
gonna
is
get.
repaired, not as good as the first, but
You're
it'll
not
do the
gonna
I
get
job.
much
rolled a
help from the
21 on the
dwarves.
third door. I don't know what that
I mean,
I didn't
maybe
ask you for a
could
roll,
help.
so roll now.
If you can convince them, that'd be great. I mean,
have a
at the
one on
very
that
least,
third
we can
door.
get the smell of rotting dead fish out of here. Wouldn't you be up for that?
I guess so. I unlock the door, but I don't open it.
Opening it for them.
Okay, you open it up. It's a standard room at the Fat Angel because he hasn't had time to really move into it yet. If
I'll
you'd like
stay
to
outside,
describe
I'll
your
let you go
character.
inside.
So my hat is still down by the front door. I'm a stout, burly, light-skinned dwarf, bald head, long, tangled, dark red beard, piercing blue eyes, big nose, big ears. There is some light tattooing across my midsection, but my pants are hiked up a little bit high, so you can't really tell what it is. You just know that there's lines going across my belly button area. I'm wearing a new long coat, no shirt under it, and some really ratty looking pants that are just covered in dirt and excess clay that the lady across the street tried to do her best to get off of me, but didn't succeed fully because it's pretty caked on. You notice a few scars along my right side. If you're at a proper angle, you can tell that they're relatively fresh, but not open. They're just now starting to fully seal and become official scars.
Anyone proficient in medicine?
Yes.
Give me a medicine check.
I don't
At
see it.
disadvantage.
Let me double check. 'Cause I had a +2 on it. Oh no, I just have a +2.
Well, it's only you two there right now, right?
Yeah.
So, I'll go with you. I'm not opposed to traveling. I don't really like being in one place for a very long time. But
Do you mind riding on a big giant tortoise?
that's one thing I've never been asked before.
Not many people have.
Well, I mean, you're planning to spend the night under a giant tortoise.
Is that what this is? Anyways, how long do we have? When are you wanting to leave?
Whenever our friend Kaylin gets the transportation.
Introductions. I'm Catalina Fairmore. This is my friend Clay.
Clay Fisher, nice to meet you.
Fisher. You ever got the last name?
Finally.
I'll remember this. And you would be?
I'm Clavin. Clavin Ironbeard.
What's your name?
Clavin.
With a K
Clavin
or a C?
Ironbeard with a C.
Am I changing my name? Insight check. Just kidding.
Now, I
Well,
can't
nice.
promise you that I'd be any help getting the dwarves on board, but it'd be nice to travel
Where are you from?
around.
Well, if you're around here, you really shouldn't be.
You,
Continue the conversation with him. I'm going to head somewhere else.
where are you going?
I have that report to make.
Can you,
Is there any requests?
no.
Very good.
I guess you could go. Let me know when you're about to head out, and I'll get my things together. I just plop down on the bed.
Alright. Get some rest, sir.
I'll go next door to Vane, tell him we're heading out.
All right. Let me know when you're back. I will continue this and figure out how we can monetize it.
Hey, Van.
Yeah, Clay.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Clay.
Don't lock yourself in this room. Go.
Did we tell you about
go
the
get
beholder that we
some-
fought?
What?
Also, there was it was undead. Somebody's summoning him up. Also, vampires are in city. It'd be better if we left.
Summoning undead.
Runes of Orcish. If that helps you out at all.
Orcus.
It's you want to look for somebody that's got a large supply of the Sky Shard. The only way to be able to summon an undead is to create a link to the shadow plane with the body, which is very similar to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so for somebody to do that, they're going to need a supply of these Sky Shards to break the barrier that's preventing us from having planar travel here. And they'd have to have it in mass if they were going to create something as powerful as an undead beholder. So you can narrow your suspects down to whoever has a lot of this stuff on hand. Just a thought. I'm going to get back to my notes, guys.
He's just there like,
I'm gonna
let's
talk to
see, I
Clay-
can get some fresh
Colt
air.
real quick. Head down, Colt.
Okay. Colt's still down there. Looks like now that the temperature's died off and the room is cleaner again, people are starting to mill in for drinks, and it's definitely not a busy night. Looks like this is just the crowd that hadn't heard what happened the night before. And looks like most people are still either avoiding this place or are dead and not able to give it its patronage anymore.
I gotta talk to Colt Wells really quickly about something that's been bothering me.
Oh, you both get to the bar around the same time then, while Colt's sitting there.
Oh, Colt. The sign out there said that magic and weapons or whatever. Was the magic down or something?
What do you mean?
Like, I thought if somebody shot at me, it would backfire and shoot them in the face, but...
No, there's you're talking about the spell cast at your own peril. That's a natural property of the building. The creature that the building was made out of reflects spells.
Oh,
So if you shoot a spell and miss, you're liable to hit an innocent bystander or yourself or who knows what else. So we just like to warn people before they come in. But I mean, there's nothing that stops people from casting spells in here other than common sense of not wanting to, blow off your own head with a firebolt.
That reminds me, how much would be a shield if I could have one crafted out of this shell? Something.
You'd have to find something that could cut this shell.
No luck yet?
He points to Cookie, who's currently working on the same windowsill that periodically you guys have seen her scraping on something. That woman's been trying to figure it out since we bought the place. And you see her just with a chisel, like, scraping at something on this windowsill. You can't really see what from here, but she's having a heck of a time. Can't find anything that penetrates it.
Well, if we ever find anything that might work.
I mean, it makes it great for being defensible from outside attack, but I mean, obviously, as a business, we put anybody in that's got coin. So,
Well, if we ever find anything that might cut it, we'll send it your way.
it might help us with being able to make some expansions on the place, actually.
Curious, who have the highest readily available access to Sky Shards? And can you give me the names? So I can cross-reference them.
Well, most of us don't carry Sky Shards on us for long. The people that trade them to us, we take them down to the bank. And the bank holds most of them. Most merchants and dealers find the Sky Shards to be too valuable to hold on to themselves. It makes you a target for robbery, essentially, or makes your place of business a target for robbery. So typically, most of the owners around here, we take our Sky Shards into the bank every morning. So the largest supply of them is going to be there. And, well, with none of the shipments moving out of town for a while, they probably got quite the backstock on them.
So who's defending the bank?
Mostly gnomes.
We have some kind of like...
I mean, you're welcome to head down to the bank and see it for yourself. It's been robbed a few times, but not at the location itself. It usually gets robbed on the caravans to and from. The location itself hasn't been robbed yet. There's been several attempts, but they've all been thwarted either by the sheriff or the local security of the bank. They seem pretty heavily defended. Now, in addition to that, obviously, the worshipers at the temple in town, they stockpile this stuff because it's like holy relics to them, like symbols of their god or something, right? So they don't even trade in the things. Once they get them, they keep them.
I know.
So they probably got a stockpile of them there.
Yes, but those seem like they wouldn't be the type.
And then
Because
with
they
that
have their
said-
own religion, they wouldn't believe in summoning something like Orcus. And continue.
Those are probably the largest supplies, but I mean, anybody that struck, we had a guy in here the other night that just struck real big on the shard. Heard a rumor that Donna's party just found a vein now that they're back in their camp. And so depending on how big their vein is, they might have a good supply of it right now. And there's this poor drunk bastard in here the other night that swears that they struck it rich and they're sitting on top of a pile of stuff, but a bear chased them out of their claim.
I told you. I kept telling you. I wasn't making it up.
What are the odds of this bear being just another druid?
Yeah, not likely. Druids aren't too common around here, and I wish they were. Think of all the good a druid could do in a place like this.
Well, you got one right here. But, yeah, never mind.
Think of all the good a group of druids could do in a place like this. One woman on her own, I'm sure, would be very overwhelmed. Or man, have a drink.
Mr. Wells,
We could
was
only.
there anybody staying at the Cat Angel that looked like,
Bunch of murderous pirates that would kill 90% of my clientele.
no, like look like they're in the dark cults or something, like not a red rose, like a voodoo man or something.
I mean, in my experience, Clay, anybody that's into dark cults and witchcraft and the darker arcane arts typically doesn't advertise it.
Except for your friend Jane, it was upstairs still.
I was fixing the last door and got a natural one, so.
You find most people that got something to hide, if they're alive, it's because they're good at hiding it.
Hopefully this is just a one-off. They used the resources. It could have been from a previously stolen shipment. If the bank has most of it, and the red worshippers have the other.
Remember that undead that was knocking down the door? Who was trying to get inside the door? You don't remember that?
I do.
You mean the mausoleum? Undead are stupid, so it could have been doing anything. It could have maybe assumed he went in it. But if you want to make another trip to the cemetery, I suppose. I mean, we have other things that we can be doing at this point, and the clerics are already going to be taking point on that, along with the sheriff. I think we leave that to them.
What about Cheryl?
You have any leads, I'll be happy to help try to find her. But the only people that we know here that might be connected to the dark arts is the Lockshire Moving Company. Only because,
Land Shipping Company?
yes. The reason why is it's rumored that the undead might be in control of it. And by undead I mean higher types. You know that monster that we killed, the person that wouldn't die no matter how many times we shot it?
Because I'm trying to tie it, and it feels like Cheryl might be involved in
Well, I mean, you can try to get a warrant from the sheriff and explore the trading company ships, which is most likely the location they'd be at. They're currently undermanned because a lot of them died, so they probably wouldn't be too happy to see us. And honestly, we'd probably go there and we'd probably end up getting in a fight with them. I already talked to some of them last night. They weren't too happy with the deputy's response to the pirates. If you go there now, you'd just be stirring a pot of hornet's nest. I mean, if there's any place that she'd be at, unfortunately, it'd be there. But going in there now will just lead to an untimely death. I mean, they seem kind of weak because they all lost. That doesn't mean they didn't have stronger people in the back. what to do with her. Like I said, unless your imp can go in there under the skies of invisibility, oh, I don't know what the imp do.
No, you haven't spotted it yet.
Never mind. No, so I don't see any actual way of being able to get intel on that place, unless the Bard Valeria decides to cast invisibility on one of us. But we're taking a big chance going in there with undead possibly being there. The invisibility of the spell probably wouldn't be strong enough to keep them off you.
Are
Anyone
you
who
going
goes
to the post?
Yes, I have to send off a message.
Can you send off a message to Cheryl?
Why don't you do that yourself? It can be more personal. I mean, that's something I don't know very well enough to actually have. In fact, I've never physically met the woman. I only heard rumors from her from everyone in town. I mean,
That's a really good idea.
so you can come with me. My report will be done pretty
Wait,
soon.
which
anyways.
one?
Sending a message to Cheryl?
Okay.
That's fucking genius, dude. I didn't even think of that.
Well, I'm gonna go with you then, Catalina.
Well, give me a little bit. I mean, you might as well go ahead. It's going to take me at least another half an hour to complete my report. Also, it'd be nice if they sent me money. Especially out here with everything so dang expensive.
So what's the plan, guys?
Writing a note to Cheryl.
My report will be intel on keep the stones out of the hands of sorcerers. Be careful while identifying it. It consumes the mind of casters. I will tell them that it increases the power of conjugation, but not summoning in the list.
Conjuration typically is summoning. You mean evocation?
Evocation. So I'll tell them it increases evocation, but it also corrupts the mind of casters. So I want this out of the hands of people who might use it, or might try to identify it, because I have to make my money first.
If a fireball in a bar is bad, a supercharged fireball is worse, yeah.
I will tell them about the problems with somebody summoning it. I'll actually leave that out. I'll say there is a undead rise over here. Vampires and undead seem to be rising up, but for what reason, I don't know. And I'll leave it at that on the report. I won't tell them about the Beholder. It'll probably reach them eventually. But, yeah, nothing we couldn't handle, nothing too strong, I'll write down. And investigations on their way. Also, I require them to send funds. Sending messages, first of all, is expensive. Another thing is everything else is 3 times the price. So in order to continue with my work with Bane, I need who is currently researching himself, and I'm using that as a subject. I'm going to personally figure out what's going on with this, and then I'll send them information as is needed.
Okay, so you head down to the post with your report and go talk to old Billbot. I found my notes. Talk to old Billbot. Bizzleflex. Billbot Bizzleflex. And your usual confidential communique?
Yes.
That'll be 5 gold.
I went down by about 35 gold.
No, how much did he charge for it before?
Shit ton. Like literally a shit ton.
I thought he charged you 10 gold before.
It was like 25, wasn't it?
You had a lot of stuff.
No, it wasn't that expensive. There's no way it was that expensive.
5 gold it is.
So,
And he takes the communique, and you want the originals returned to you or burned?
Burn them.
Very well. Goes into his room and sends off the communique, comes back in, sets them in a burner, and prestidigitates them on fire.
That's why I come in.
And what do you, oh, you got your message for
Got a
Cheryl.
Message for Cheryl. 25 words.
Oh, hi there, Clay. How you doing?
Not too well.
This
Not
one
too
I'm
well.
curious about.
I'm looking for my Cheryl.
Cheryl from Lockshire Lanes?
Yes.
Oh, easy enough. What would you like to send her?
And I hand him the letter. I want you to send this to her.
Okay.
And I say, Cheryl, I'm sorry. We will find a way to save you. Please give me time. I will protect Quizit with my life. I love you.
That's beautiful and all, but couldn't you just ask her a question of where she's at? Is there any way to reply to these messages?
Just a moment. as he sends off the message. Okay, reread it to me.
Cheryl, I'm sorry. We'll find a way to save you. Please give me time. I will protect Quizit with my life. I love you.
He sends off the message. Oh, well, that's just uncalled for. I've never heard Cheryl use such language. That'll be 5 gold for the message and the reply.
So 10 gold?
No, all included. And since it's not confidential communique, sending and receiving 5 gold. You hand over the 5 gold, throws it in his desk. That really didn't sound much like Cheryl to me, Clay. And whatever a Quizit is needs to, well, she said, I'll feed your soul to the little devil and then eat you both. So,
Wait, what?
she said, I will feed your soul to the little devil and then eat you both. So.
Oh, she's possessed. I tell you.
Oh, you have terrible taste in women.
Hey, those were fine women. You take that back.
I'm just gonna.
So they tried to kill you?
It's not my fault they're possessed. Well, maybe it is my fault.
Well, gentlemen, lady, if you don't mind, we're going to be closing early today. I'm going to head off over to the temple and get myself a couple of scrolls. And he hops off his stool and flips the sign over to closed, and he opens the door. You hear the ding, 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 and he ushers you out.
Did she sound kind of growly, like, or did she sound like?
Before that,
Actually, she sounded like Cheryl. Just saying words that I don't think Cheryl would use, and well, with the rumors being what they are around town, I don't see how a scroll of protection from evil could hurt right now.
before we head out, I would need to see if any messages have been sent for me, and is there a way of locating Cheryl? We'll do it ourselves if we need to, but to keep you out of it.
Well, I mean, just as somebody that has a general knowledge of the arcane, a locate object spell usually works pretty
Something
well.
that she has.
If you know something that she always has on her, yeah, that
What
could
was
work.
she wearing when she left?
Nothing.
Well, maybe a pendant? Anything? Earrings?
I mean,
Did she wear glasses? Something?
It's not hard, guys.
She has a whole
We can't
house
see without
full
them.
of-
She's always going to have them.
Ah, she does wear glasses. I wasn't aware of this. I didn't meet her.
We
So,
have a whole house full of her stuff that's open right now.
well, then we'll ask Vegas.
Well, I
if
mean,
he can locate
in
it.
that case, you're just going to find whatever's in her house. You don't want that. You want something that's on her. And if you find somebody that can cast locate object, as long as she's still within 1,000 feet, you can find that object.
Just to check my mail, see if there's anything from the last one.
Oh, hey, if we receive any replies for you, we actually send out a runner to let you know that communiques come in. We haven't gotten anything for you yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We'll let you know if we get any replies.
Well, when you go to go get that scroll, maybe you can get a scroll for locate objects.
And they don't really broker in that, I don't think. I'll ask for you.
We'll see if Vane has something. At the very least, he might be able to ritual one up if he uses a crystal.
Yeah, he's he's getting quite a name for himself too. He's getting really, really powerful, really fast. He's a smart guy, really, really smart guy. But man, some of the stuff I've been hearing from the people at the bar, he's learning like new spells every day. It's crazy. The stuff that guy's able to do. Most people are in college for years and years to learn that stuff. He came here barely able to cast a magic missile, and now he's drawing arcane runes and symbols, and is probably the leading resident on the Red Star on the Red Sky Shard. It's kind of, I don't know.
As long as his mind stays clear, it seems to be managing to keep it together. So that's the good news.
Just spooky how smart he is. Might get smarter than the gnomes one day.
Maybe you can hire him one day.
Half orc smarter than the. I'm going to the temple.
Well, let's go see them then, and then we'll head out. If you really wish to find them.
Yep.
Are the pirates gone? Or are they just on their ships?
Well,
They can't leave.
you didn't see them leave town. All you saw was the results of their handiwork, and you found 2 or 3 of them dead in the carnage.
So we're basically doing everything half-assed.
I mean, for all we know, they could be
Well,
laying
no, we
siege
got
to the trading company themselves at this point because they wrecked
the zombies,
shit.
the pirates, so we're pretty much doing everything half-assed. and
Yes,
don't
you
know
you
crap.
left you left zombies in the cemetery.
Yep.
Gotcha.
You didn't follow up on the pirates. You haven't followed up on the bear.
Yeah, we need to get it together.
We're trying to follow up on one right now.
Cheryl's still running around, potentially possessed, doing God knows what to God knows who.
Maybe vampires, probably.
Yeah, you guys have loose threads fucking everywhere.
Yep.
Good,
We're trying to clean
got it.
one of those up right now.
Which is clearing off the river, but that seems
No,
that seems
we're
long term.
we're currently skipping that so we can figure
Okay.
out what's going on with your girlfriend.
Okay, good, because I've been trying to get that.
That's why we're going to see
done.
Vane, who has the ability to probably locate object. If she needs her glasses, regardless of what's going on, we could locate her through that, just because you know what they look like.
Yes. Thank you.
Finding a missing person might be good for my rep.
So everybody reconvenes at the Fat Angel.
Okay.
And as everybody reconvenes at the Fat Angel, you guys have decided to follow up on the Cheryl thread.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Like you said, you needed my help with the dwarves, and I start walking back upstairs.
Oh, well, this
Well,
is
that's a
something
couple of
super
days away.
interesting. You should follow us just because.
Alright.
See, we're going to use magic to locate a woman, the person that he favors. She had gone missing the night before under some mysterious circumstances, and it might be kind of interesting to follow along. Ah, come on. It'll be fun.
Alright.
Not like we're going to go fight some...
I'm gonna use the field protection spells.
Mine, and then we'll go see the clerics.
But let's talk to
You
Vane.
said you had something that might be able to take care of something like this?
Of the possession?
I mean, you said you had something that helps out in situations like this. And you never told us what it was, so... Or you never told me, I guess.
Okay, so because of the ordeal with Yorick, and no one really had any idea why I would follow him to the graveyard. So we're all together now, right?
Mm-hmm. You're all sitting at the Fat Angel.
All right. So do we have like a kind of a semi? Are we sitting at maybe a semi-private table or?
Well, due to the events of last night, any table in here is a semi-private table. There's a couple of people that are sitting at the bar right now. Horace is in here having a drink right now. And outside of that, it is Cookie behind the bar. Colt Wells is not in the room at the time, and everybody else in the bar is a PC.
Okay. So I pull out the Dybbuk box, and I set it on the table, and I don't touch. Very dangerous.
She sets it down. It's a very simple wooden box covered in red wax. It looks like the seal's been broken on it. Clay, you instantly recognize the symbols in the wax as being celestial. Does anyone else speak celestial or abyssal?
Jeez. No, I do not.
No? Okay. Do you speak abyssal, Clay?
No.
So yeah, you recognize the runes in the wax. You don't recognize the runes on the wood.
Okay, so I proceed to tell them why I acquired it, and what the significance of it is pertaining to possessed people.
Okay. If you're wanting DM help on this, go ahead and give me a persuasion check, and how high you roll will determine how much information I give the party.
I don't know if I'm wanting to come along with this. I'm looking for easy work.
This is easy work. It's better than killing an undead beholder.
Behold, DM, you are going to spill the prophetic beam.
Well, it's more a check to see how well she conveys the information to you guys.
20.
Wow.
20? Okay. So essentially the way a Dybbuk box works is it's a way to stop a demon from stalking you after it's been defeated. The problem with demons is that when you kill them, they don't actually die. They return to their native plane. Once their essence has returned to the native plane,
They'll come back later.
there is a indefinite amount of time, i.e. could be tomorrow, could be a year and a day, it depends on the individual demon, right? But that demon's essence will reform a material form that can either find a way to come back to the plane and seek vengeance against its previous killer, or be summoned back by a summoner and used as a weapon against somebody else, right? So the way the Dybbuk box works is essentially, once a demon is defeated, a Dybbuk box is used to trap that creature's essence in the box so that it can't return to its native plane and it can't return to a material form. And as long as the wax still stays intact on that box, the creature is entombed inside of it and essentially can't regenerate and come back for vengeance.
And do you have enough wax to reseal the box? Because the last thing
So what
we need
happened
is
to the
just
demon that was
closing
in
it.
the
Now,
box?
the thing that strikes out to you, Clay, as she's explaining this, is the demon that was in Mary Sue Lou, you killed. But you didn't know that they could come back until Kaylin explains how the Dybbuk box works. And now, it's starting to make sense why all this shit's happening to you.
I need a drink if I'm going to be involved with you guys.
Okay, Cookie? He's losing his mind.
Make it
We'll need a
strong.
strong drink for him.
Whiskey and an ale back?
Just 3.
I miss having real drinkers around here. And she goes and starts fixing your drinks.
Do I have
That's
the
very,
kimonos
very
with me?
interesting.
Huh?
Do I have the kimonos with me, or do I have
To utilize the
acquire them?
box?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use the box.
And to seal it up.
Essentially, you just have to have the item, and you have to reduce the demon to 0 hit points. Once the demon dies, you have 1 minute to use an action on the box to trap the demon's essence in it. And literally, all it is you willing it to happen. You just spin an action, essentially open the box, essence goes in, you shut it, and it magically seals itself and traps the demon inside.
So yes, I do have
So-
what is required to trap the demon in this box.
Okay, so apparently we have a demon. So she says her
It's
Clay's
the-
previous
it's the
girlfriend
same,
was
it's the
possessed.
same demon that possessed Mary Sulu.
So apparently he's being stalked by a demon for some reason. Maybe because of I saw the wings, right? Once.
Everybody, yeah.
I'm assuming it's because of his bloodline that someone's trying to kill him.
What
from the demon.
bloodline?
Well, I mean, you don't grow wings because you're suddenly feeling like, hey, I should fly today.
So
It's
when
bloodline.
Do I hit?
You could make a history or a religion check, your choice.
History it is. 12.
12, I mean, you don't know much about them, but you are aware of their existence, that there are times when either demonic or celestial forces have mated with mortals and left a lineage, very similar to the sorcerer's lineage, who most sorcerers claim their magic comes from draconic blood being intermingled with mortals. And that's what leads to the races of intermingling with fiends, leads to the race of tieflings, and intermingling with celestials leads to the race of Aasimar. However, both are incredibly rare on Asalon. Incredibly rare. Like, you can live your whole life and not meet one.
So, have you ever met a tiefling before?
What? No.
Okay, well, there are, much like sorcerers, sorcerer's bloodline contains dragons actually in them. Dragons past when they existed, they aren't supposed to exist anymore, but I've heard rumors lately, they can change into humans and mate with humans, leaving their bloodline. Well, their bloodline connects them to this.
So you're saying I'm a dragon?
No. You're quite the opposite, actually. Tieflings are humans that have mated with demons that look like
So you're
humans.
saying I'm a demon?
If you would let me finish. The wings that you grow aren't from demons, aren't from dragons. They're from kind of like bird creatures.
So I'm a bird?
Celestial language, I believe it's called. Yeah, you're pretty close to a bird, but they are the opposite from that of a demon. So, not quite a god, but something of a radiant nature. A lot of, kind of like what people might worship. You have very faint, but still present bloodline. So, because of this, you might draw the attention of somebody that would like that.
I'm still
The
confused.
beak of an old green face slowly elongates over towards your table as Horace leans back and interjects himself. You're part angel, son.
That's what they're called, yes.
I'm an angel.
Yes.
A
No,
Taylor's angel?
very little
And
bit.
it pays to be patient when people are speaking to you. And it pays to get to the point as well. Yes, son. Use an angel. At least a little bit. And he puts his head back over to his drink.
Because I'm like reaching for a halo.
It's not the same. It's very faint. The fact that you could even create the wings is impressive enough, but they don't last long, do they?
Very impressive.
It's because your strength to the blood. If you practice at it, you'll get stronger. But you're never going to be a real angel. You're a human through and through, with a little bit of blood that makes you something else. Kind of like just mixing with a different species, like a half-orc. Only far, far, far removed.
So my ancestors made it with an angel.
At the very least. But that could
Which is
still make
probably
you
why
a
we're
target.
followers of Halo.
But that is still enough to make you a target for something that might want you dead, if they find out what you are. And I guess you're being haunted by this demon. So she apparently has the perfect solution to your problem, as long as we can keep it from escaping. So we should go see the clerics after we locate. We'll do that after. We'll check with the clerics to see if they have anything that might keep this contained. Because if she just escapes, there's no point. Afterwards, we'll locate her, and then we'll head to where she's at. And then we'll try to save the person from the trading lanes.
You in?
You got nothing else to do today, right? Unless you want to clean some blood.
I drink my last one and I look over to the turtle. What do you say? Can I trust him?
When these folks didn't know me, they saved me from 2 boxes and a dog. Say that makes some good folk.
They were scary boxes.
Very
They were
scary boxes.
dogs.
With teeth.
The dog was just confused. And he pats this little black statuette of a dog on the table. He's a good boy.
Horace, there was something I was going to tell you. I completely forgot.
Well,
Never mind.
glad you got that out of the way.
Well,
No, it was really important too.
And I stowed the big box again.
Which one of you would like to talk to the father? I have his name, but I'm not going to bother mentioning it. I'll mention his name.
I'll go.
Okay. And then we'll work on the ritual, and when you guys are ready to go, we'll go.
Wait, don't you need me with the ritual?
What does her glasses look like? Draw me a picture. What color were they? Oh, has Bane seen her?
mm-hmm.
We don't need you. Vane should be able to locate her fairly easily if he's met her before.
Alright. Who's coming with me?
But we're gonna wait till you return back before we finish the ritual off. We're just gonna get it prepped.
Where are you going?
I guess to the priest.
Okay.
Not sure why. Forgot why.
I'm not sure why either, so why are you going?
I told her to find some way of keeping a demon contained, hopefully, so that
You have
Wow.
that.
We have a box.
No, I mean, before we, in case she tries to escape before we trap her.
Oh, how to keep it contained
No,
while it's still
like
moving.
Old
Yeah.
person? Like a old person?
I mean, I have a means, but we might want to put some kind of seal on it if we find it in a room to seal it to prevent it from getting out, and then we can
Arcane
capture it.
lock?
I mean, it can blast through a door, but yeah, something like that might be simple, and a cleric might have the best means to doing it.
That's true, because yes, the health has to be knocked down to 0 before it can go in the box.
Go ahead and give me a we'll call it a survival check with advantage.
I mean, then we just don't know the druid's, the ranger's ability to not only keep this person located, but also know where it's at.
Or have the best way.
No
to hide.
way.
Yep. Double one? No.
Double 11.
Snake eyes.
15.
So,
15. Even if you had like some sort of binding spell or ritual or anything like that, if what Clay describes is what it is, if it's a shadow demon, you know that the shadow demons, their primary ability, what makes them so powerful, is the fact that they can literally slip in and out of shadows undetected. And as a result, they tend to operate more like assassins. In fact, you're surprised Clay hasn't just randomly been attacked every time he moves past a shadow. And part of you even almost expects it. You know, you hadn't been keeping an eye on Clay the last couple of days. So being able to essentially, if you were going to hunt this quarry, which you are, it's not the kind of quarry that you go after. It's the kind of quarry you bait to come out. You've got to convince it that it's safe enough to attack whatever it wants. Until then, it can stay hidden indefinitely. Because it can hide literally in every shadow in the world, completely undetected. It could be in the shadow of your glasses right now, and you never know.
But until you let us know, we're gonna look for it. Like idiots.
Okay, so as you're requesting that she go to the clerics to find some kind of thing, then I let you know what he just said.
She relays DM information.
This changes everything.
So, we lured out.
Right.
What we need you to look helpless.
So, naked
And
in
alone.
Cheryl's house.
Well, that's just creepy.
That's me vulnerable, isn't it?
Well, it's time for me to go to my room. As Horace sees himself out of the conversation
You know you
very
want this,
slowly.
Horace.
Oh, Clay, you're just, well, I'm so tired.
See you the next life, boys.
And he very slowly makes his way upstairs. You can
Did
hear
you turn
the,
red?
you can hear the it's hard to make a turtle blush. You can hear the sides of his shell banging against the stairwell as he kind of rocks back and forth, hobbling up the stairs. Just dunk, 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 dunk.
Alrighty. Well, we still need to locate Cheryl. Let's quickly do the ritual before I sacrifice myself to this demon.
I mean, we don't need to locate her. She needs to locate you. So you need to put yourself in a location. We can be down the corner around the side, but if we're too close, you'll know it.
I whisper to the imp, so you just keep your distance, okay?
You need to go to a place where you're going to be targeted. In here, it's still too public. I mean, something could happen right into the next room. They can run out. So we need you somewhere else.
Alright, so the Cheryl's house.
I mean, she might want to go back. I'm not too sure, but we can try. We'll be.
With a plan and direction firmly in mind. The adventures of Red Star Ways steel themselves and prepare to use Clay as bait to get naked in a stranger's bathtub.
With flowers.
Turn the
James
candles
Flowers.
on. I mean, set the mood to call her back.
Put out a spread. We'll make it nice. So, guys, we will hatch our adventurer's plan next week on the Wake of the Red Star. Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you for all listening.
Yeah, thank you, Twitch. Twitch chat, we love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Please tell your friends about the game. We are on every Sunday now, right, guys?
Oh, Sidra says, "Aw, he wanted us to get killed by demons, probably."
Next week, Sigris. We will kill everybody.
Shoot, you tried killing me today.
Have a good one, y'all. Thank you for staying, Sigris. Appreciate
Tokens please. Take your tokens.
I spent my token.
I didn't spend mine, but there was one.
I have 2. You spent it actually. You had a 1.
Is that everybody's?
Well, I had one here, and I don't know where it went.